serotonin. That's a cool taste. Oxycontin mix it with balloons. Used to land a feeling like a zoo. Told me short, stripper. All right, guys. We're waiting for the co-host to join. Started a little bit early because this place is just going to explode shortly. So let's give it some moments. I see Connor up there right away, right off the bat. So welcome, Connor. I see some OGs in here. Richie, CB, welcome. So I would request, and this is just a little suggestion, I would request to speak sooner rather than later. I won't go to you, right? So you won't be on the spot. But if you want to talk to Jamal, you want to talk to LT3, you got some other folks popping in. All right, one co-host has popped up. Connor's the first to ask to speak. So, all right, Connor, just chill out there. Justin's popping in. We're waiting for Kenny. He's out there in JFK and it's raining, so I don't know. He'll be in and out. What's up, Justin?
Good evening, Zach. What's up, brother?
What's up? You pumped?
Yeah, man. Got a lot going on. Knicks
There's
are
a
on.
lot. Yeah.
We got the schedule release coming right now, and Jamal Adams to give us the story, man. I kind of it's a good night.
And don't forget, you got a current jet, LT3 popping in.
Oh yeah, our boy Leonard Taylor.
Yep. I
Be
see Connie. Connie
stuffed in the
popped in.
middle. Miss Connie is here. See a bunch
Yep.
of our loyal listeners are always that are in
Yep.
here.
Yep. I see an old time, my boy, Mr. Amarello. Shout out to him. He was at that draft party. He's always supporting. But listen, it's this is look,
Speaking
and
of draft parties, man, my man Joe Dell down there, he's got the newest draft hat from Justin Frocha giveaway. What's up, Joe? He's him down as a listener. Come up as listen. Zach was saying before, if you want to get up as a speaker now, try to do it now because we're gonna be rotating as much as we can. Gonna be on top of it. There's gonna be a lot of people who want to talk to Prez. There's gonna be a lot of people who want to talk to each other. So get up as a speaker now.
Surprise, LT3. You got Connie there. The folks are going to want to come up. And if you can't get up, I know I'm going to get, like back in the day, the nasty DMs. I wanted to talk. How come you didn't go to me? But the one thing you know that we do, I'm not sitting here having a conversation with Jamal Adams. This is more always, and it's always been that way since the beginning. Connie's been there since the beginning. She knows. We say a few things, some greeting to him. I'll ask a question. Justin will ask a question, and then we'll move it on. Where we leave it to you guys, and then we go straight to the hands. And then this time we'll try to keep it to one question. Look, I'm gonna say this now, and I'm gonna say it also when he enters. Look, there's a lot of hurt feelings. We know, me included, Justin included. We were very let's say to say the least, we were very upset with him, right? He didn't remember this. He got traded. He didn't leave, but a lot of folks felt like he played himself out of town or he wanted to leave. So I'm gonna leave that to you guys. So I'm just saying this. There's a lot of smoke that's gonna happen, a lot of feelings that are gonna happen. It's gonna happen, and he knows this. I've been talking to him all week. Turns out he's a really great guy. But I've been talking to him. He understands the smoke's gonna happen, and people are gonna get a lot of things off their chest, him included. But I ask you, and I'm asking you, please, I'm going to say it again. No cursing him, no disrespectful stuff. That's taking it way out of control. And if we hear it, we've already got our finger on the trigger, as we call it. If we hear it, we're going to drop you, or they're going to just boot you from the space. So you can say things, whatever you want, but not, let's not, he's donating his time. Remember that, right? All these guys that come on here, they're donating their time to us. They're not getting paid. We're not getting paid. So let's just try to keep it civil. But you could ask him questions about what happened back then and whatnot.
Zach, he's definitely going to get some attacks, and I'm going to be one of them. I was one of them in the past, and we're going to question him. He was a great player here, and he's got a story to tell because he was a three Pro Bowls, man. You don't get that far, and as you don't get that far without the work ethic, without being a baller. Going to great colleges and being a 6th overall pick.
Mm,
and then getting traded for two great draft picks. So I mean, he's definitely helped our team regardless. So I'd love to hear his story, bro. And it's a great thing for he's coming in. Leonard Taylor said he's coming in, and we're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna have a good evening with the draft. I'm sorry, the schedule release. See a lot of leaks. We're gonna get the official release, so we can talk about who we're gonna be playing, man. It's gonna be a
yep,
good time. So
yep. And we've been looking forward to it. So, tried my hardest to reach out to him and try to reason, and it turned out to be good. So we're gonna see how this goes. And again, if you want to speak, get up now. I see kind of smart. He's up there right now. He knows he's in. He's locked in. I see JX. He's in. He's locked in. So I see some the other spaces in here, like Mark Torres. They do a phenomenal job over there at the Jet Commute every morning, day in, day out. How they do it, we'll never know, but they do it, and we can definitely appreciate hard work. So him, PD, June, they deserve all the credit in the world for what they do every morning. So shout out to them. Kana, I see you having a promising career, but we knew this was going to happen. I see you're writing for, I think it's just X Factor. Is that it, Kana? Go ahead, Kana. You could come on. All right. I guess Connor, you can't speak right now. Is that it? Are you okay? You can't speak right now, but yeah, he's writing for Jet X Factor. He's such a brilliant young guy, man. And he was in there when we had that crazy mega space. I think Connor, you're gonna see something like an old school lounge when it used to just get bonkers, and it was phenomenal. I see Lee John, Fannin Jr. I got you. We know. I'll keep an eye on him, just like I felt about Bowers, and I hopefully Fannin Jr. is just as good as Bowers, so you could do a victory lap around the spaces 100 times, Lee John. Lee John, you could come off mute if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm watching the Knicks.
Okay, yeah, I like a lot of people. I have the game on mute.
he's watching the Knicks. We also got our buddy there from Canada, Jay Jets. What's up, buddy? We had our stuff going in the past, so come on up as a speaker, man. We're all Jets fans
He's
tonight,
there.
brother. We
He's
got it.
there.
Let's hear you
Listen,
guys.
at the end of the day, again, and I say this to Justin all the time, we're all fans. This is supposed to be enjoyment. This is not supposed to be, oh, I hate you. This one hates that. No, 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 no. Listen, we're all fans. I have love for all Jet fans. I find
100%.
Jet fans randomly in the supermarket. They wear a Jet hat, and I can speak to them. Like, so listen, it's about love here, man. I see kind of drop down. I guess when Jamal comes, kind of you come back up. Oh, he's coming back up now. Okay, so scrolling through. I see a lot of folks in here. So Jamal's due to pop in about 8:30 our time, right? Because he's out there in Texas. So he'll pop in here. If anybody wants to speak about the schedule until he pops in, LT3 should be around that
I
same
thought they were
time.
releasing the schedule 8 o'clock. I mean, we're
They
it's 8
they
o'clock.
did, guys. I posted it on the jumbo. It's officially released.
All right,
Well,
let's talk about it. Jay Jets with the breaking news must be a little bit earlier in Canada. Love you, buddy.
Jay, what do you think about the first 8 games? Tough?
I mean, all I know is I hope Rogers signs with the Steelers just so we can fucking smash him. That's what I want. Week 1, we got the Steelers at 1, and we only got 2 primetime games this year, so that's kind of nice. Back to the 1 o'clock slot, so we don't got to wait all day to watch our team get shit on. But I don't
Hey,
know, man. Like, if you guys know me now, I'm kind of like whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I like the 1 o'clock, man, because it's give us the time to wake up and get going. I think the Jets are
Yeah.
gonna shock a lot of people, man. They're gonna be hitting people, smash mouth football. We got the guys blocking up front. We drafted our guy Membu, Olu, man. We're gonna come out firing, and I think that if we're going into the schedule, we can look at it game by game. Steelers, obviously they don't even have a quarterback, so that's a questionable. To me, that's a win. I mean, you're looking at the guys that you got Buffalo as a good team.
Yeah.
Playing down in Tampa in September. That's good. It's not. It's gonna be hot. I'll tell you right now. But I'll be there.
Miami too. We got Miami week 4.
Yeah, but how the fuck did this team get 3 primetime games?
We only got 2. We got
Well,
the Dolphins on Monday night, and then the Patriots on Thursday night.
I mean, I like having the 13 1 o'clock games. It's back to making the Sunday afternoon sauce and then having be ready by the time the game's over, be ready to go. I like it.
All
One
right.
o'clock, it's good to go.
So, guys, I've said it before. We got more folks in here now, and once this guy comes, it's going to get a little ridiculous. So Lee John's up there in the speaker role. Connor in the speaker role. Stevie D, our good friend, he's in the speaker role. Connie always has a speaker role. She's like, she can come in and come out.
I'd get dropped for Connie. She's always got a spot.
That's right. But if you want to speak, I'm saying get in now. Don't get in later because I know you guys, and I remember in the past, you're going to start sending me DMs, and that's messed up. I tried to speak. You didn't let me talk. We want everybody to talk. And that's why I'm not going to blab to Jamal Adams too much. I want to get you guys to get it off the chest. And he wants to get things off his chest because he has his own story. So while we're doing that, okay, we got Connie coming up. All right. Stevie D, go ahead. You got something?
For starters, Zach, you and Justin, man, you know, and then this at 50 cents will get you on the bus. But in my opinion, man, hats off. This is a great fucking get to get him that night, man. That speaks to you guys. You guys got him. So kudos.
Get on the bus, brother. We're rolling.
Damn
Yeah.
right. Absolutely. I'm watching the Knicks. I'm
You know,
down in Basil Hayden's. Who's got it better than me right now? I got
yeah.
Jamal coming. This is good.
Stevie, so to tell you how it happened real quick. So I put a tweet out there, again, negative on him. Yeah, we don't hide nothing here. I know, so we have folks trying to tweet at him. Look what they said. He knows. He sees it all. He knows. So anyways, I tweeted something negative. This was recently, just saying like, yeah, I remember you in Dallas with your boys and you making fun of the Jets and stuff. He followed me back, and I was like, "Oh, this guy followed me," and then he DM'd me, and then from there, that spawned this whole type of talking every day. And then I said, "Listen," he explained to me why certain things happen and all, and I said, "This would be good for you to connect back with the Jet fans and tell your side of the story to everyone." And he said I would do it. I said, there's going to be a lot of smoke. And he's like, I never was shy of the smoke. You know me, I'm up for it. And I said, it will be professional. We will not allow people to throw out any type of obscenities at you. This is not going to happen. They get booted. But there's going to be people who hurt feelings. And he says, I get it. And I want to tell my side of the story. So here he is tonight.
Yeah, and speaking of smoke, our man Leonard Taylor has gone with the smoke visor. He's put it up there on Twitter today. We got a guy who wants to come and talk to you guys as well. He's our, defensive tackle who might get the start nod next to Quinnen. I mean, you got the kid Derek Namdi from Kansas City and Leonard Taylor. So Leonard Taylor's going to be coming here tonight too, guys. He says he confirmed that he's going to pop in too. So
Yeah.
we have the great Connie Carberg here, the first woman scout in the NFL, and she is the scout for the New York Jets, who is credited for finding our Mark Gastineau. Miss Connie, if you'd love to come up and speak with us, we'd love to talk to you
She's
tonight.
up. She's up. She's there.
Oh,
Yeah,
Connie,
I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, Connie.
Hi,
how you doing
everybody.
tonight?
I'm doing great. I hope everybody's doing well.
You excited to talk to your guy?
Uh, Jamal, yeah, I've stayed in touch with Jamal. Was always so good to the fans when he was here. He was unbelievable. Besides being a great player, he always took time and everything, and and treated me great. All the fans, everything, and I don't forget that kind of stuff, no matter what transpires. Um, and I stayed in touch with him even because always when he got hurt and everything else. That's when you're the most lonely as a ball player.
Yeah.
And as I said, so I know I'm sure he went through a lot too. Even though I know going through it on social media, but as you can see, probably 90% of the players, when they do something, do it on social media. He was probably one of the first to actually, but as I said, he was always so great when he came to Pro Bowls and everything. And he was just always had time. And those are the kind of people that I will never forget. And that's why I wanted to come on too, because as I said, Jamal has been a loyal friend to me, and I will always be a loyal friend to him.
Connie,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When they do these top 30 visits, Do you think, and obviously, like, you want to meet with the players, I guess, to an extent, but do you think that some of these teams are developing, like, relationships with players, and they draft the guys that they like over talent sometimes? Because I know the Jaguars and the Rams stopped doing those top 30 visits.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it varies team to team as to where, how much emphasis is put. But more and more, because versus the old days, in the 70s, when players didn't make much money and all that, now that you're investing so much in a player, so you want to know everything that you possibly can, and how they react. The Jets were the first team to do the interviewing back in the late 70s, before the combine started. We brought in 100 players to get physicals and to interview them all. And so then eventually other people started doing it, and agents didn't like them flying around so much. So that's how the combine got started. But the Jets, people don't get enough credit sometimes. The Jets don't get enough credit when they do something good. And they really were. And that was back in 78, 79. That's when it all began, after we had drafted Wesley Walker and Marvin Powell, both who had very bad injuries in the first and second round in 1977. But you wanted to find out. A lot of players don't want to play in New York, or they do want to play. It's a tough place to play, and some can handle it. Some are small town, and aren't. You can also tell about their love of the game now that they're paid so much more money. So there's a lot that's going into it. And I guess, as I said, every team values things a little bit differently, and it can change every time you have a new regime.
Yeah. Quick announcement, Connie. I think you'll like this. So just confirmed to me via text. We have another person popping in, and we'll go from old Jet Royalty safety to Jamal Adams safety, and Mr. Victor Green will pop in to
Yeah.
talk to Jamal safety to safety. So this should be interesting.
Yeah.
Joe, got definitely guys in the backfield that can talk ball and let you guys
Is-
know what they're thinking. And we have Connie who can tell you what we need these people out there scouting these people. These LSU, Jay Jets is a good LSU fan, and now Mason Taylor's
Yes,
coming.
sir.
Mason Taylor's coming here from these schools. And Connie, I mean, how intriguing is it to you as a former scout that even our last pick, the very last pick in the draft, was the leader in his tackles and for a loss and sacks on a team like Miami? I mean,
Hmm.
every single player we got came from a big school. We didn't really draft anybody who, Malachi Moore's Alabama. These kids all came from big school. How impactful
Yeah,
will that be
again,
for the ready?
yeah, it's funny. Again, that's the type of thing. Some are going to look at that. Some are looking for the diamond in the rough type of thing when you get to the later rounds. But both those guys, I watched every University of Miami day because I'm down here in Florida, and both those guys were, even though they did not have a great defense, Miami, this past year they really didn't. But those two guys were really solid players, and so I think they were definitely worth um, the sixth rounders for sure. So I don't know how they're going to end up in the pros, but they were definitely worth. I'm always a big fan of drafting a University of Miami kid.
I hear you. Being down here in Florida, I'm the same way. I'm watching a lot of those
Yeah.
teams down here too, Connie. So
Where
soon,
where where are you?
I'm over by Sarasota area. I'm down on
Okay.
the west side, so
On the west side. Okay, yeah, I'm in Orlando now. Yeah, so
I'll be up your way next this weekend actually. So maybe we'll get together one of these days and
sure,
catch up.
sure,
so,
sure.
so,
That sounds
so,
sounds great.
so just so everybody knows now too, not I did reach out. I gave Connor Hughes a call and asked him if he wanted to pop in because I think there's buried the hatchet in a lot of different ways, right? But he declined, didn't want to do it. Just basically said that all is forgiven, and he just basically said, he he uh, he don't want to take away from the show, so he declined to come. But we did ask Connor Hughes to come in too, so because. Plus, Jamal said, "Let's break bread. This is what it's about. Iron out the differences." But he chose not to come, but not in a bad way. Just chose not to do it. So anyone that wants to talk about Connor Hughes, you might have to save it because it's already been aired out. But that's the latest with that. So
That's good.
yeah, it's good. That's what this is supposed to be about, right? So I see AZ Jet fan down there. It's another old school OG of the Lamb, Mr. Mark Torres. We already mentioned about the Jet commute. Jet commute's great. Petey, Justin, June, And I see some new folks, and that's what we want, right? We want some new folks too. I see your daughter down there listening, Connie. Uh, and
Oh,
this is
well,
shout out to your daughter, Lisa, because you know what? You got the best mom in the world. I hope you know that. I text Connie quite often. Always every single time is always it makes time for me. Connie, you always make time for me and give me the words of wisdom. So I love you for that.
well, thanks. Thanks, Steve, on that. But no, Lisa's my stepdaughter. But
Mm,
I have been so blessed since I've known her since she was 11 years old. And she's an anchor in Connecticut with a wonderful husband who played for University of Miami and a wonderful daughter that's going to be a senior in high school. And Lisa and I, she came to camp last year. Lisa's every year with my son, and they grew up with the Jets with me.
yeah, yeah. No, they're
Yeah,
blessed to have you.
we'll see you this summer, Connie. I'll be up there. If you're gonna be flying up, definitely be up there for camp. I look forward to getting up there every year to see what they look like. And now that they have some shade, I'm even more intrigued to go. Now that they're not sitting out in the sun over there, but I definitely love getting over to the facility. They have a great. They do a great thing for the kids. I bring my son over there to get the kids. I know they had the family event there last month, so I try to get over there. The Jets, I feel like they do things great for the kids and the family. So the camps are always a good time. So we'll try to get out there. And guys, listen, we're always going to let you know if they ever get these tickets where you can't get them. Reach out to me or Sack. We'll find a way. We'll buy them from eBay. We'll do what we got to do. They're not supposed to be charged for you guys. So we'll do giveaways. We'll do something to make sure somebody can get there for free.
Justin, I think now the fans won't have a problem because that was the Rogers effect, right? And that's why they were like that. I think they'll be more readily available. But Connie, you were at camp all week. You've seen what the Rogers effect was.
Oh, the last few, I said that where this is the first time, even with Sam Darnold and then with Zach Wilson, and then, of course, unbelievably with Aaron Rodgers, we became the center of attention. Whenever you draft a big quarterback like that, and of course, now it's a little bit more towards the Giants, which is totally fine right now. And I think it's kind of good because it's been a wild few years, and we can fly under the radar a little bit and build the team. And we'll see how Aaron Glenn. I know Aaron from when he was there and when he was under Pete Carroll, because Pete Carroll ran a very nice, relaxing camp. He was awesome in '94 when Aaron Glenn was a rookie. So even though I wasn't working there, got to know him and everything. And as I said, he's really come up through the ranks, and I'm praying that everything goes, really well for him. And because it's a big thing when you go from coordinator to head coach.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. So guys, again, Jamal should be popping in about 8 minutes. LT3 a little bit after that. I didn't want to like stack them together because this one was about Jamal, but LT3's popping in. Antoine Staley, the Daily News will pop in. I've been DMing back and forth with Victor Green. He liked to pop in, and you don't know. I mean, once that happens, the floodgates open. So you don't know who else it will be popping in. So this is going to be a good night. And if you want to speak, like I said earlier, I would do it now rather than later because it's going to be difficult to get you guys all up to speak. And I don't want you guys to get all pissed at me and say I tried to and I couldn't. So I'm just giving you that warning. Also, the other warning I'm giving you, it's not even like a warning. It's asking you. Let's again, a lot of feelings going to be rolled out tonight. Just guys, please, just keep it civil. You say whatever you want. He's here for it. He knows what's going to happen. But once you get out of control, then we're just going to drop you. And Justin's always got will have his hand there.
You'll be bing bonged.
Bing bong. There you go. I see a
Now
guy. I see a
we're
guy
here
from your neck of the
for
woods.
football, right? We're here for football, and we're here for the Jets football. And why wouldn't we want to give somebody the microphone who wants to put on a jersey and win for this football team? Bottom line, you know what I mean. And if he feels like he can do it, I mean, wants to tell us why he wants to do it. Let's listen to him.
Justin, we threw around the idea, and I bounced it off him. So, because obviously, and I'll let him tell that part, but I'll say one part. He would absolutely love to come back, right? And I don't know how the fans feel about that. But remember, we were talking. We were like, if he can't play safety or whatever, he might be a good linebacker. he's got to be away, but I think he just wants an opportunity at camp, just an opportunity. So I don't know. We'll see how you guys feel about it later on.
Well, he does have a stint with Aaron Glenn in Detroit, even though it only lasted like what, a month, a few weeks.
Yeah,
This is true, and I mean, I don't know if you guys follow him on Instagram and stuff. He doesn't look like he missed a beat as far as staying in shape. So, and he's got the Jets tatted across his back. So, I mean, he definitely is a Jet. I think he wants to be a Jet. So, hopefully, that's why he wants to win us over and get a chance back at the Jets, man. If he can get his foot back in the door, that'd be awesome. But I think the whole point of this is for us to hear what he has to say. I follow him on Instagram, and it's his story, and why not listen to him? He reached out to Sack and said, you know what, I'd love to reach out to Jets fans and have a good time on a Wednesday night. It's a Wednesday. We got the Knicks on the schedule released up top in the jumbotron. Thanks to Jay Jets up there. We got Connie up here. We got Connor. We got, our boy Jay Jets. We got Stevie. We got a lot of people. Dale Wasserman here from PFF. He's about to come up, I'm sure, at some point.
yeah.
Petey, Pablo, Mark Torres. I see you are, my boy Rich. There's guys, Jim. You guys ever want to come up? Just come on up. You guys are all welcome. All you guys up down there. Joe Jet. It's going to be a fun night. We're talking Jets football. Want to drop a Knicks bomb in there? Mets, Yankees. It's all welcome. We're all here. We're all hanging out. Even if you want to talk about the Raptors or the Blue Jays, Jay.
No,
Hey,
no, no,
yeah,
no,
nah,
no.
yeah, Knicks,
We
Knicks.
don't we don't root for those trash teams. Sorry.
Just messing with Jay, man. He's my Canadian buddy.
All right. So, Connor, can you speak now or no? All right, probably can't. But again, congrats to Connor, young guy, and he's making his way into it. Brilliant, brilliant guy with the Jets, young kid, and just kudos to you, Connor, for what you're doing. So,
Hey, Sack, looking at the schedule,
mm,
our first our first home game is they're looking at it's going to be the first two games. Then we're going to be on the road for two. Did you find it weird? Why did they put the Jaguars in the same? I see why I did that. Never mind. They're doing it in there. I don't know why to give us the three Florida games 3 weeks in a row would have made more sense to me. But
might as well just go to Florida
Oh
and just
yeah,
stay there,
let's go
right,
Bucks
Justin?
week 3.
yeah,
Justin, you got room at your house, so might as well just stay there for 3
that's
weeks.
that's what I'm saying. You could have just moved them for a month, huh?
All right, let me get Lee John back up here. That's Lee Fanning Jr. John. Lee John, you there?
Yeah,
Lee John, if Fanning Jr. has a year like Bowers does, how many victory laps will you take?
I'm gonna be sad, dude. This team needs a tight end.
Well, they got Mason Tell. You don't think he's good?
I mean, it is what it is. It's been a month basically since the draft. It feels like so. I guess you just watch these guys and hope they pan out.
Yeah.
But
Mason Taylor's gonna be a stud.
I would have took the guy
That's so true.
with 1,600 freaking receiving yards. But
I
you know
would,
what? It doesn't
yeah.
matter. And guess what? The Jets and the Jaguars play every year in December. That's like a new staple.
Yeah.
They play around Christmas time every year. So
I would like to go down there anyway. I lived there for like 5 years in Jacksonville, and felt like a fish out of water coming from Brooklyn to Jacksonville. But I like to go up there and see some friends and watch the game.
Sack just shows up, regular clothes, and they're like, "What are you, one of the mascots?" That's what? I'm just
Oh,
a
I
neutral
remember
fan.
I went to a Jets Jacksonville game a couple of times, and I remember their stadium was like near empty because they weren't really good at that time, but they were excellent in 2000. I guess it was 17. I was living there, and they were playing the Patriots in that playoff game where they felt they got robbed. And we all, most Jet fans hate the Patriots, and I was rooting for the Jaguars until their annoying fans, they were making me. I wasn't rooting for the Patriots, but I definitely was. I didn't know what to root for at that point. They were so annoying, the Jaguar fans. Oh my god! I was wearing a
Bro,
Jet jersey. They're coming up to me. Your team's trash. Trying to come up. I'm like, man, get out of my face already. All right, do so. You're good. Finally, trying to abuse the Jets because they're in the playoffs, and then about the beginning of the fourth quarter, where it all started going downhill, they went from screaming Duval and all the stuff. And I was like, good for them and all that. And then it just around the fourth quarter when it all went to hell, they all left quiet, and you know what? Even though the Patriots won, I still was sitting there like, that wasn't so bad. It's like it was.
I had the opposite experience, man. I was just there this past year, obviously, and we were both arguing on who was worse. Me and the other fans, they were like, "You know what? We should win." And yeah, I had the whole fight with them on if you're rooting for your team, which I never root against my team. We all know this, and
Yeah.
I'm there rooting for the Jets, and the guy next to me is rooting for his Jaguars, and the other guy's like, "You guys both know you both stink, and you should both be rooting for your team to lose." And I looked at him and I was like, "No, man, we stink worse, and I'm rooting for us to be better."
Well,
And
that
it was just funny, bro. We were just both bad. We
Justin, that
lost
was
by
like the
20.
Commanders game that
Yeah,
one year.
yeah, that's
Oh, the
ju-
one we went to,
yeah.
JJ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when everybody around, all the Jets fans around us wanted us to lose, and then they won
And
by
they
the
went up
field
with
goal.
Jaden
Yeah,
Daniels,
yeah,
and we look
exactly.
like asses for rooting for our football team. Yeah,
Yeah.
that game. Yeah.
Well, you know what? The only reason why it was different is because the Jaguars stunk. The Jaguars were good when I was there. They were good.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not humble fans. No, they don't know how to. They're
Well,
not.
I mean, how many times are you going to root for a draft pick when this team's always getting drafted number one and number two? It doesn't matter where you got to draft the right guy.
Yeah,
These
no,
guys are
I
one,
get it.
two every damn year.
I get it. When you're in the barber shop in Jacksonville and you're trying to get a cut and you're the only one wearing a Jet jersey and they actually are good that year, you would quickly find out how obnoxious the Jaguar fans can be.
Duval.
Oh, I said you guys are shouting. I used to tell them you're shouting out a county, right? And it's like you're shouting out the county. There's multiple counties in Jacksonville.
No,
Duval
That's
just
right.
happens to be one of
there's
them.
not. Duval County is Jacksonville. That's why they do it.
Yeah, no, but there's St. John's. They do that because it's because the stadium resides out there in Duval. So I don't know. It's just annoying. It's annoying. But I used to connect with the Jet fans that would travel. It would be nice to see them. What's up, Dragon? You ready to
What
get
time?
this
What time?
started?
What time? Yeah, what time are the guys coming in?
So Jamal, I spoke to Jamal last night. I told him because he's in Texas, so there's a time difference, and I said 8:30 our time. Now Kenny has a relationship with his father, so for some odd reason, Kenny calls me and says, "Oh, his dad said that he's ready to come in at 9." But I'm like, how did that happen? I, was, I just spoke to him. So
You got to talk to people in their time, though.
yeah,
Like when you say a time, you got to talk in like their
Dragon.
time.
I know. I lived in Texas as well in Dallas. I know. We know the time that I talked to him on the phone. He knows what time. So it was supposed to be 8:30 our time.
Oh, that
But
sounds like Geno
Kenny,
Smith from San
Well,
Francisco.
LT's on Eastern time, so
Well, LT has no set time. He says he will pop in. Victor Green, no set time. He'll pop in. You'll see how it goes. They're all going to be popping in one by one. We got Connie here.
Dragon's
Oh,
here. Dragon, you're here.
all
We're
right.
worried
So
about we
direct
you
message from Jamal. I'm charging up my phone. I'm charging up my phone now, boss. Talk soon. So he's coming. I just got that message. So Dragon, you're spot on.
We don't need him. Let's just talk grills, Sack. Me and you. We don't need these guys. What do you say?
Who's watching the Knicks game right now, guys? It's a
Me,
1-point
me,
game right
me,
now.
me. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's probably what a lot of people are doing right now, watching the Knicks. So
I'm
it's
watching the Leafs get spanked.
Yeah,
oh,
you
they
got
are.
all types of sports going on. You
Yeah,
got,
it's it's a busy night.
how do you guys also feel about the NBA lottery? Dallas
Oh,
getting the
hate it.
number one.
Hate it.
Little too coincidental, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
hate it, and
Yeah,
I
that's
hate the lot.
big.
It's a terrible idea. And like some of the guys that came on TV the next day were saying, oh, we should. That's what the NFL should do. And to me, that'd be the worst idea. The NFL is so great in the draft. Don't ever change it.
that Dallas had the Heat's pick. The Heat's forfeited that pick. That would have been the Heat.
Amazing.
Terrible. I mean, they give up Luca to get a guy who's going to get hurt, and then wind up with the worst odds to get the number one pick and then get it. It's like, come on, man. What about the Jazz and Pelicans? Give us a team that you get a chance to maybe win a ring
Yeah,
for
it
once,
feels rigged because of that for
right?
sure.
Crazy.
Exactly.
But I don't know. And I'm a big Cooper Flag fan. I'm a Dookie. I love my Duke. So to get to play with Kyrie, they went to Duke together. Not they both went to Duke, not together, but
Yeah,
kind of cool. Jason Tatum too,
Well,
but
pick 2 and 3 are projected to be the Rutgers kids.
that's what I
really,
saw. Yeah, yeah. That's what it's so different the NBA because you only have 2 rounds and really very few from the second round even make it. It's so different than NFL. So you basically have a few players that make it and at the top of the thing, and you might get lucky on another one. So it's just so different than.
Absolutely. Mitchell
Than our-
Robinson, great second round pick.
Yep, and every once in a while you'll get that, but it's the NFL. You get many more with the seventh round, sixth round, free agents, everything.
Yeah, Connie. You see, he
yeah,
worked. He worked on his free throw. I see a little more arc on the ball. He hit 2 in a row before,
Yep,
and it's
I
just a
think
little lift. That's
Four
all.
in a
No
row,
line.
Sack.
No
Don't
line
shortchange
drives,
him.
Stevie. No line drives.
Four
isn't
in a
it?
row. He had 4 in a row.
It's something kids from the time they're little. Nobody wants to ever practice foul shots. From whenever you coach, everybody wants to be doing the 3 pointers, everything else. So, but they should be. Most people should be able to get 80% easily.
well,
It's
that's
like
why
putting
I
in
coach.
golf.
I coach basketball myself, Connie. My son plays. He plays AAU travel down here in Florida,
Oh
and I
yeah.
coach. I coach him as well. And I'm like, put your feet shoulder width apart. Focus. Put your elbows in. Blah blah blah. It's form. I tell him they're called free throws because they're 3 points, man. They're free. Get there and make them.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. But just to go out there, remember, go out there and practice it and constantly practice it. And
yeah,
a lot of the bigger guys have much more trouble. I guess the coordination.
yeah. I think the rim is just too low for them. We'll say that.
Yeah, I
When they're
think you're
little,
right.
that's too high. But I think a lot of the kids now too, they want to be like Steph. They want to shoot behind the arc, shooting 24-foot jump shots. I'm like, can you guys
Hmm.
make a layup first? Start there and then work backwards. So
Hmm.
they like
Yeah.
that. They
You
like to
know,
look down and
there,
see the 3-point shot. So
Justin, there was like a rumor. It might happen. It's been talked about seriously, eliminating the 3-pointer altogether to make the game a better game. Now, for me, I think it makes it a better game.
Mhm.
If you look at the Celtics chucking, using analytics and chucking everything for 3 pointers, if they don't make them, they lose. They make them, they win. If you take away the incentive to go shoot bombs for three,
Mhm.
when I think you open up the game more because then there's no reason to be kind of better defense and more high percentage shots. I don't know. What do you
Yeah,
think,
well,
Connie?
yeah, I agree. The mid range. If you watch the guys there, they can make a layup and 3 pointers, but mid range, top of the key, just inside. That's where they don't practice that. That's not again. It's not the glamour shot. It's not as exciting. But with like you said, with three, and also now 20-point leads, 25-point leads are not safe anymore because of the 3 point.
Yeah,
As we
yeah,
saw in this series, it doesn't.
yeah, because
No.
once a team is up that big and they keep chucking those threes and go cold, they give up. So
Yep.
when you got a 20-point lead, start going down low and get those 2 buckets, get the 2 points, get to the foul line. I don't
Yep.
run the pick and rolls, run the give and goes, the basic fundamentals of basketball that you can run a zone defense and play running off the ball where it's like I don't know, like Ray Allen used to do or Reggie Miller used to do, where it's people just moving. Now it's just feel like, all right, give the guy a ball, play a lot of isolation ball, and
Yeah.
and
One on one.
and maybe get a guy who can maybe get to the a 3 point shot.
I,
Chuck.
th- I think I,
I
I
mean
think
that's why Jalen Brunson is so amazing to watch because he's on top of it being a lefty is always an advantage because
Right.
people are always used to taking away your right, but he's able at his height to really gather himself and be tough under the boards no matter how big a guy is against him. So you got to really admire him.
Well, that's also why I like Josh Hart too, because he's
Same
not a
thing.
small guy. He's playing with
Hmm.
physicality.
I,
He's
I
Yep.
don't know if it's a new thing, Connie. Justin, and both of you guys. Like, I don't know if it's a new. It's like, I don't know if the the new generation's built different. I don't know what it is, but all I know is the competition's really like these guys want to hug and kiss each other and go out. I know there is like no real big rivalries no more. And then you look at the All Star game. It's become like the Harlem Globetrotters. If I'm dating myself, but you remember.
Yeah.
They don't even play. There's not even like playing D. They're doing silly things. It's to take the game away because you listen to Magic and Jordan and Bird. They're like, we wanted to knock the hell out of the West. but we want to knock the hell out of the East. I don't know what happened.
But it's the same, it's the same in the football. It's in all sports right now because afterwards, they all first of all they all grow up together and they're all
Yeah.
playing like I'm sure you were just playing AAU with your son. They get to know everybody from all different areas and they become friends. And so it's not that there's that rivalry part whether you're from a different state. All those things don't matter compared to what it used to be. Now these guys are. I will say the playoffs though have been very intense. I
Yeah,
thought.
and I think that that's because Connie, because I think that the refs are kind of letting them play
Yes.
because everything's a foul now. And there's no hand checking. Everything's a foul. These guys are like flopping or they're throwing 3 pointers. They're getting fouled, and it's sometimes like could be unwatchable at some points. Like I love basketball. I just hate to see the product
Yeah.
go that way.
Connie, are you a
But the
Heat
playoff,
fan?
I was sort of a Heat fan. I remember, I love basketball. I coached it in girls basketball and boys basketball when my son was growing up. I liked it, but I never got into the NBA that much. I like March Madness. I'm watching every game in the NBA playoffs, but football is still number one by far. I mean, just I never miss anything with football. So, but I loved coaching it. And it was very different coaching boys than girls. Boys, I was able to when they were young. You could tell a boy unless you could say to him, "Oh wait, you did this wrong. You got to do this," and he would really, or you're just not really good at that, and he'll take it as a challenge. When I would coach girls, they would cry, and so you have to find the thing that they do well,
Yeah.
and with a girl, and then unless she's a superstar, okay, they're usually pretty tough. But otherwise, most girls will not are not don't want to. You got to find what's good and go on that. Boys, you can kind of be a lot tougher on them.
All right, guys. Well, this is what we're gonna do. The man is here. Now, before we get this started and jump off, Jamal, hang 1 second. I got a special song real quick for you. That's your intro to me. And maybe this represents exactly what you've been through. So I'm not playing the whole song, but I'm going to play a little bit of it. So here we go. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life. Yeah. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life. Yeah. All right, well that was quick, but Mr. Jamal Adams, welcome to the Jets Lounge.
Man, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Glad to be here.
You like that song? Fit you?
Absolutely, man. Hell
Listen,
yeah, man. That's what it's about, man.
I'm sure you've been grinding and still grinding. And listen, I got a good opportunity to speak to you through text, through the DM, and
Yes, sir.
man. So I'm gonna set this off real quick,
Let's do it.
and I kind of told the folks in the beginning that I was kind of the way we connected was I sent you a tweet that was rough, right? You
Right,
laugh.
right,
So
right.
and I told them you're here for the smoke. You know
Yep.
it. You never shied away from it.
Absolutely.
And that's how we connected. And it's weird how things happen like that, but you're here. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I said to you, I was like, you know what? You got a story to tell. So you got plenty of people in here for it. And again, guys, real quick, before we jump this off here, there's gonna be a lot of hurt feelings. Jamal knows it. Jamal has his own thing, but the moment you get disrespectful or crazy, you're out. Because we can do this civilly. Just can air out your grievances or whatever, ask them questions, but let's just keep it civil. And before I get to Justin, Miss Connie's right next to you. Go ahead, Miss Connie.
Hey Jamal, how are you?
I'm doing well, Miss Connie. How are you doing?
Oh, good. It's so nice to be on here with you and connect. Our friendship goes way back, right from the beginning. And as I
Absolutely.
said, you always treated me unbelievably, and the fans of the Jets. You always had time after every practice, and in so many ways. As I said, Jamal, and you know that, as I said, my loyalty will always be to you.
I appreciate you. You're the sweetest. I made sure I told him, I said, if you're not coming on, I'm not coming on. So I'm glad you're here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready. As I said, I'll make sure they're all good. Don't worry.
It's all good. I understand. I
Con-
understand.
Connie, Jamal, Connie's been here since day one with us, and we're blessed to have her.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. I just appreciate everybody taking the time out to come on and listen and chop it up a little bit, and man, let's just go right into it. Let's have
Yeah.
a fun time doing it, man.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna kick it off, and then I'm gonna turn it over to my co-host Justin, Kenny, who's good friend. He's man, he loves your father. He's out there in JFK battling the rain, so he should be in shortly. But he's
Okay.
got nothing to say. But good, he's been texting your dad all week. So
Yeah. They've been going back and forth, man. They were really excited. My pops, he might have been a lot more excited than me, man. He was hitting me up this morning about it, so he's looking
yeah,
forward
yeah,
to
he
hearing it,
he.
man. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, this is phenomenal, and again, I appreciate you donating the time. I'm gonna kick off a question, and I'll turn it over to Coles, and then we'll just open it up.
Let's
So
do it. Let's do it.
my question to you
Hmm.
is, and I thought about it for quite a while, but I was just like, you know what? Let's set it off on a positive note. Like, so when you were going through the draft process, you obviously
Hmm.
knew that you'd be picked high, right?
Right. Right.
Was there a team, and obviously you're an honest guy, so you just be honest.
Hmm.
Like, you're
For
looking at
sure.
the top seven, right? You figure your agent says, all right, you're gonna go in top six, seven, eight, maybe nine. Was there a team that you were thinking like, man, that's the team I would like? Man, I hope they draft me. Was there a specific team?
Yeah, it wasn't like a certain team, man. Honestly, just coming into it, my ultimate goal, man, just as a young kid, dreaming was to be a top 10 pick, right? And then it just it kind of shifted, coming out of LSU. As I got there, towards the end of my sophomore year, I really wanted to be a top 5 pick. So it kind of shifted my aspirations of what I really wanted to do, and I was very fortunate enough to be drafted in the top 10. Man, that's a huge accomplishment coming out of LSU, and obviously I kind of knew I was going to go high. What's crazy is I really thought I was going to Chicago for the longest.
Hmm.
The guy at the time, the GM. He was from Flower Mount Marcus in Texas, which is not too far from where I'm from.
Yep.
And we were having dinners and whatnot, and I really thought he was going to come get me. Obviously I was a clean prospect, and had the talent and everything like that, and a leader and on and off the field and things. But I really thought I was going to Chicago. So when I did get drafted by the Jets, it was just crazy because Todd Bowles, I remember him calling me and saying if I was ready to become a Jet, and I was super excited, but he told me he wasn't gonna pass on me. If I made it to the sixth pick, he told me he wasn't gonna pass on me. And you can kind of see that in the NFL films when they were filming me at the time of the draft. And I'm just kind of saying, they said they're not gonna pass on me, So I got the call, and obviously it was a life changing moment, man. What a accomplishment as a kid coming out of Carrollton, Texas, and just always having a dream of playing in the NFL. And you never know how far it can take you. Especially your work habits, and your grind, and how hard you go. Day in, day out, just to make your dream come true. So it was a pretty cool experience for sure.
No, absolutely. I was telling you, I mean, we spoke privately, but I spent a lot of time in Carrollton. From
Yep.
Brooklyn, New York to Carrollton, I'll tell you, Jamal, that's man, that was a shell shock.
Yeah. Oh, I can only imagine. I can
Uh,
definitely only imagine.
those guys were talking about purple drank and all this stuff, and I had no idea what they were talking about.
Yeah, that's that Texas slang, man. That's Texas slang for you.
Oh yeah, but I enjoyed it, and I love the people of Dallas. They were good to me. So
Absolutely, man.
all right, so I'm gonna kick it. I'm gonna kick it to the coach now, guys. If you want to speak, get your hands up. And Justin, go ahead. Justin, let it rip.
All right, Prez, what's up, my man? All right, I'm not. You probably know me from tweeting at just some negative stuff. You said some
You
negative
good. You
stuff.
good. Yep.
All right, listen. When you tackled the Patriots mascot, that was the best, bro. I'm sorry. I hate the guy got hurt, but I loved it. I loved
Respect.
it.
Respect.
Um,
Yeah,
but
man. Yeah. Go ahead.
but yeah, I just wanted to let you know, man. There was some. I'm a Jets fan first, and we loved you on the team because you represented the team while you were here, man. So when you were blasting the
Right.
team, there was some negative energy on our side.
For sure.
I don't regret it, but I
For
also
sure.
do. I don't attack you personally, man. So I just want to let you know that I'd love to hear what you got to say to the fans about us being so negative to you, man, over the last deservedly few years, my man.
Yeah. I
And we're
mean,
gonna smoke
listen,
a
man.
cigar, by the way. I'm gonna teach you how to light
Oh man, we'll definitely do that, man. As soon as I get to the city, man, we'll definitely do that. But man, it's just crazy. I've been thinking about it, for the last couple of days before I just getting on here. Discussing with family members and friends. It's a different time now, right? Obviously it was a couple years ago that everything kind of happened. Obviously asked for a trade and caught a lot of heat as I should have, and just asking to get out of New York and not really understanding where I'm at, right, and not understanding how big the Jet fan base was, how much loyalty I had, and things in that nature, right? So obviously making an emotional decision and you know, obviously hearing things from different fans and calling me all different names and you name it. I mean, I heard it. It just is what it is. And I don't really, it got to the point to where when I got to Seattle, man, I had to block out the noise, right? And then obviously we're going through a pandemic. Family members are getting sick, and it was just so much going on at the time.
up.
And for
Emotions were
me,
wild, man. Yep.
yeah, for me, man, it was just it was a time that I had to grow. I had to grow on and off the field. I had to be better in every situation, as far as like in my life. And what I've went through, so far has really, shaped me into who I am today. Right. I haven't changed, should you say, but it's just more so just just making the right decisions, not always making an emotional decision and not letting personal business come in between the real business, right? And the negative comments come with the game of football. I'm by no means am I upset that I received negative comments. Obviously that just shows the love that I had from you guys. And I didn't really understand that until I did go to Seattle. And obviously Seattle didn't really, they couldn't really feel me during the 2020 pandemic season, right? I set a NFL record. I have 9.5 sacks. They didn't really feel it. It was more so just like, oh, he had a record, right? And they wasn't in the stands. They didn't get to feel my energy and whatnot. So then we go to 2021, and I just signed a contract, and I wasn't healthy. I was dealing with some injuries at the time, that I wasn't healthy, and I wasn't really confident in myself, as far as getting on that field. But once you sign a big old contract, and obviously the camera's on you, and you gotta perform, you have no choice, you gotta do what you gotta do. But obviously I've learned through the situation of leaving and really seeing another place, and really seeing how you can operate with different superstars, right? I go over there and I'm with Russell Wilson, I'm with Bobby Wagner, I'm with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Quandre Diggs. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right? So you're with so many guys, and I'm coming from a place to where I was the guy, right? And so I had to kind of, fall back in line, and, kind of let the older guys that was here before me and that were drafted, kind of take on that role of being the leader. And I was kind of taking the back burner because, obviously I didn't want to, I just asked for a trade out of New York, and I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. I've already caused the ruckus. That's how I was looking at it. So I was like, man, let me just kind of take the back seat and let these guys kind of run the show. And I'll go out there and play my game. But looking back on it, I wish I kind of took a different approach with how I was in Seattle my second year, my second and my third year there, because it obviously just taking the back seat, not really being myself on the field, not really being myself off the field, and just trying to be a perfect person, right? I was not trying to make a mistake. I had so much heat coming at me, so like anything I did was, it was always a story, right? And just learning from that, maturing from that. As you get older, man, I'm actually about to be 30, which is crazy. I got drafted when I was 20, so time flies, and you live and learn, and you learn through your mistakes. But um, by no means am I upset that Jet fans were upset with me, because I mean the love I had for them, like you guys talk about it, as far as just staying after after practice, or staying after a green and white scrimmage, or whatever the case may be. I was always willing to do that, because I was once a kid. I was once that kid that dreamed about, making it to the NFL. And I always told myself, hey man, if I make it, I will never turn any fan down that is a fan of me, because man, it's a beautiful feeling when you have people that support you, right? And so, obviously going to Seattle, getting hurt. I kind of lost the fan base, should you say. Let's just be real. I lost the fan base out there. And obviously they kind of, switched on me. And respectfully, I wasn't performing for what they traded for me, right? And I was obviously battling injuries and mentally going through it. But it's just so funny how now that I can look back on things like that, and I can learn so much from. And I'm grateful for how it happened. Now, am I proud about everything the way I went about it? Probably not. But for the most part, man, everything kind of happened for a reason, and it was a learning experience for sure.
So Jamal, I just my other co-host just showed up. Your dad's friend. So cousin Kenny, what's up? You all right there?
Nah, listen, I got about 10 minutes, and I'll be back later. I just picked my daughter up at the airport. She just got in from Spain from studying abroad. So, you know how the airports are
Right
these days.
on,
So it's always
right on, right on.
it's always crazy. But
Go ahead, Kenny.
Jamal, listen, I spent a lot of time with your father on the road trips, the road games. We
Yep.
always had dinner, always had a good time. Great man. We always keep in touch. So
Hmm.
just want to point that out. You come from a good family, and
I appreciate you, boss.
appreciate you coming into the lounge, and whatever your future holds, I hope it works out for you. Listen, getting back to your Jet days, yeah, obviously there were a couple of bumps along the road with the
Hmm.
fans, the media, but that's the sports world that we live in now. So but it's all good fun. It's a sports business. It's not life and death, and that's how I
Yes,
look
sir.
at it. So,
Yes,
but I
sir.
really,
Amen to that.
I appreciate your time with the Jets. Uh, you're an all pro here. So, and we had a good team, but like I said, whatever the future holds, hopefully you get what you're looking for in if you come back, if the Jets give you a shot, you make the team, then you made it for a reason.
No
So I,
doubt,
I
boss.
appreciate it. I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
it.
I appreciate you, boss.
All right. Thank you.
And Jamal, if Aaron Glenn called you and said, "Listen," calls your agent, whatever way it works, and says, "Oh, you could come back, but now, but you could come back as like a linebacker, a hybrid linebacker. Then you could play linebacker. Would you be
Man,
game?"
man, the crazy thing is like I look at the whole linebacker situation, right? So I'm a football player. Just put it
Yep.
like that. I'm a straight football player. So I was really, fortunate enough to be, pretty good in the box, right? And when not a lot of people can really play in the box, right? The box it's a different ball game now, So
Yep.
playing in the box is very calculated. You have to be smart. You have to be physical, obviously, and you have to be willing to, bang with the big dogs down there, right? So I I I definitely will play, in the box. I have no problem being around the line of scrimmage. I make most of my plays around the line of scrimmage, right? Just blitzing and
Mm-hmm.
setting edges and dropping hook curl or covering the tight end, whatever the case may be. I think AG's scheme is very safety friendly, and when I say safety friendly, it's he uses the safeties in the right way. He blitzes, he lets you cover, he lets you disguise, he lets you do a little bit of everything, right? So AG, I have so much respect for him. AG actually was my guy for my pro day. He ran my pro day back at LSU. When he was with the Saints, he was the DB coach, and from that point on, we've always kind of had mutual respect. Haven't really, through the years, I didn't really get to talk to him, obviously just due to him being with the Saints and me being in New York or wherever I'm at in Seattle. But when I did get the call to go to Detroit, I was super excited, man, because I've always wanted to be coached by him. Right? He's a legend. He's on the wall, in the Jets facility. I used to see that all the time. So I always knew he was a ball player. So just seeing him get the job, it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool moment to see. It's well deserved. He's a guy that is gonna put his best foot forward. He's gonna push his guys. He's gonna hold everybody accountable, and he takes no bullshit. He doesn't. He's straight to it, and I can respect that, man. And he's gonna demand greatness out of everybody in that room, and that's all you can ask for as in a head coach.
Well, Jamal, from one safety to another, I promised you something, and here he is, Mr. OG himself, Victor Green. What's up, Vic?
What's going on,
Boy,
guys?
you
How you
got another
doing?
safety here, brother.
What's up, Jamal? Can you hear me, Jamal?
I think Jamal, you there? Oh,
Can you
maybe.
guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yes,
you.
sir.
Okay.
I think Jamal might be having some technical difficulties with his service. Let me see.
Did I lose y'all?
Oh, yeah, you are. Vic was trying to say hello.
What's going on, Jamal? How you doing, my friend?
Oh,
He
Oh,
just got to he's got to hit the unmute,
Yeah.
yeah, Jamal.
hit the mic.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on. We lost him for a second. He'll be
He'll
back.
come back. He'll be
Hold
back.
on.
What's up, Vic?
What's going on, guys? I
How you
appreciate
doing,
you
man?
guys for having me, man.
Mr.
How you
Green, good to
feeling?
hear from
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Here we go.
All right, so you got the OG
Back.
in here. I want to say hello to you, Mr. Victor Green.
Hey, what's up, Jamal? How are you doing? We keep
I
losing him, huh?
think so.
I
What's
can't hear
going?
him.
Oh, there he is. Jamal, you there?
Oh
Can you
man.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
you
got you.
there?
All right, here we go. Here we go. Take
Victor,
two. Take two.
take two,
Jamal,
Victor Green.
Jamal, can you hear me?
Oh,
Nah, hey Victor, it's you. You got to drop and come back.
All right, let me come back in.
all right. Hold on, Jamal, you there? Jamal, you back? You back with us?
Jamal, I know you're on Texas time. You still getting this message before an hour gets to you, man. I hope you can hear us. If you can hear us, just drop out, come back in, and request. We'll get you right back up. But yeah, you guys are watching the Knicks game. We got the Knicks game going on. The schedule release for the Jets is up top. If you want to be a speaker, we're going to try to get that hands as quick as possible. Like we said, we got some people want to talk to Jamal. We got Victor Green, Jets legend. We got a Jets scout, Ian Connie. And of course, our loyal listeners who are always in here with Kenny.
Can you guys hear me now?
We got you back, Vic. We got
J-
you back.
Jamal, you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
All
There you
right,
are.
look at
Good,
that.
man.
Let's
Yeah, there
do
we
it, man.
go. How you doing?
Oh, I'm alive, boss man. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I was just outside catching football with my son,
Right on, man.
and he's just graduated with his master's. Very excited by him. Got 1 year of football left, so
Okay.
we'll see what he does this year. But I'm excited. But
Absolutely.
I'm glad to talk to you, man, and had the pleasure of talking to you when you were with the Jets, and
Yes, sir.
love the way you play, man. You remind me of myself. The way you come up and hit and play close to the line of scrimmage and made things happen up there, man. So
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the way you played, man, and your attitude towards the game, and how you took the game serious, man. And then, that's why the fans love you, and that's why I was a big fan of you, man. So congrats on your career, man. I love watching you play.
I appreciate you, boss man. You started everything, man. You had the standard. It was already set, so we were just trying to follow your footsteps, man. We appreciate you.
No doubt, no doubt. If
Good.
you ain't retired, man, I got my golf tournament this year. I'd love to invite you to New York.
Oh, absolutely,
It's
man. Just let me
it
now. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna look good. I can't play
That's
good. I'm gonna look
okay,
good.
man. That's okay. It's a great time, man. It's actually the day after the Jets play the Bills this year,
Okay.
the 14th. So I don't know if you'll be up for that game, but I'll fly you up and I'll put you up in a hotel and I'm sure the fans and the people that will be there would love to have you, love to see you, and it's a great time. I bring a lot of the old players from all different sports to the tournament. It's a huge tournament. I have like 38 foursomes or fivesomes, and
Okay.
we played at Glen Head Country Club, which is a phenomenal golf course. So if any fans out there, I probably have like 10 foursomes left. So if you want to come up there and swing the sticks with the big boys, here's your invitation.
Well, Vic, I know
Right
that
on.
my cousin over there, Kenny, he's a big golfer with him and Joe Beningo, so I think he might want to get in there.
Well, you better jump on it. So Jamal, if you want to shoot me a message or whatever with
For
your
sure, I
info,
definitely
man,
will.
I'll reach out to you this week
Sounds good, man. I appreciate you, boss.
for sure.
Hey, hey, Vic, while you're at it, there, we got another Jet royalty there, Connie. I'm sure she wants to say something.
Oh, Victor, number 21, how are you?
Connie, how you doing, love?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on all your kids and all the stuff they're doing too.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you and how big of a fan you always been or is, and you really bleed that green, and I appreciate you so
Yes, she
much.
does.
I do. You know how much I love you guys, and I do. I feel so blessed through my life. With the Jets, win or lose doesn't matter to me that way. As far as the just being blessed to be a part of this thing since I've been 13,
Amen.
all the way to my old age, and then as I said, just to be able to watch all you guys play. So as I said, we have two great safeties on here.
All right,
Absolutely.
thank you.
All right, so you know what? We'll open it up. I know these guys had their hands up for quite a while. We'll kick it off with Connor since he was the first one up, and then we'll move it on down to June, Lee, John, and everybody else. Ground and punt. My boy is there, so Connor, take it away.
Sack, Justin, Kenny, appreciate you guys setting this up. Prez, what's going on, my man?
How you doing, boss man?
Can't complain, can't complain. Funny enough, so I'm only 13, so it wasn't that long ago. But you were the first Jet jersey I ever had. I remember like
Wow.
the year you got drafted. There's a photo of me in my bedroom wearing rocking 33, like a few months after you got drafted. You were the first football player I ever fell in love with, and I was like, damn, this guy can play. He's such a great player. So when you got traded, it really, really sucked to see you go 1,000%. And I know you took a lot of heat from the fans. I was not one of those fans at all. I mean, looking at that situation,
Respect, boss.
no problem with that whole team. I can't blame anyone in that situation. Football's a business, and I 1,000% understand that. We'd love to have you back with the Jets. Just one quick thing I wanted to get in here for you. A stop that a lot of people overlook throughout your careers. You spent a couple weeks with the Lions last year. You appeared in a couple
Mm-hmm.
games. You were on the practice squad for a
Mm-hmm.
couple months. Aaron Glenn, obviously the new Jets head coach. What can you tell us about AG as someone who played under Aaron Glenn?
Man, like I said, man, he's one of those guys that he's very confident in what he does and how he coaches. He's gonna get the best out of you. And he's gonna challenge the team in ways that many might not challenge him. And this is just it's a fresh start for the Jets, man. I'm really excited to see where they go. Because if anybody can get the job done, it's AG. He's one of those guys, man, and he has so much respect around the league. Very smart. And it was only a matter of time before he got a head coaching job. So it just so happened he went back to the Jets, man, and that's a hell of a story to play there and
Definitely.
then become the head coach. I mean, there's nothing like it. But not only that, he's a guy that off the field, you can relate to him. He does care about his players, man. He coaches hard, but he cares about his players, and as a player, you can respect that, and that's all you ask for. And you get a head coach like that, you'll run through a wall for him.
Definitely. Jamal, you're the best. Appreciate it, my friend. Have a great night.
I appreciate you, boss. You too, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Thanks for
Thanks,
coming
Connor.
in and
No problem. I'll be in
supporting
here.
our
I'll be
guys,
hanging
man.
around. Appreciate you
All
Yeah,
guys.
right,
definitely.
we,
We're gonna
we
with that we're gonna keep rotating and getting to the hands. don't take any offense once you ask your questions. We're gonna rotate to the next guy. He didn't say anything offensive. We just have a lot of requests. So everyone wants to come up. So with that being said, let's go over to my man June. He hosted the Jets Commute with Petey Pablo and Mark Torres in the morning. So go ahead, June.
Thanks, Just. Thanks, Zach. Thanks,
What's up?
Kenny. What's going on, Jamal? How you doing, brother?
I'm alive, boss. I can't complain. How you doing?
Every day above ground is a good day, brother.
Amen.
I want to appreciate you giving us your time, bro. It's a very classy move for a very passionate fan base, and I appreciate that.
No doubt, boss.
All right, I try to look at things from a player standpoint, right?
Hmm.
And I do understand. For me, having friendships with ex NFL players, that organizations can leak out things to media to try to swing the narrative.
Hmm.
With that being said, let me ask you a question. What was going on in that building that you did not like? And now keep in mind, with this question being said, nobody in the previous regime were around is around right
Right,
now. So
right,
you can
right,
speak your mind and please be free.
right.
Right? I'm just
Yeah, man.
curious.
I would put it like this, man. I don't think it was. I'm gonna tell you this. I loved coming to work.
Right.
Right. I love coming to work. The problem I had was, we were losing.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem. It wasn't. I had a relationship with. You can ask anybody in the building from the previous. I had a relationship with everybody. The custodians, the kitchen workers, everybody. You name it. I had a relationship with, and so I love the people in the building. It was just more so, how can we get over the hump of losing? How can we not be the laugh of the league? Like everybody, just saying, "Oh, it's just the Jets." Like it was never respect that we needed, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
obviously you got to earn that.
Right.
You got to earn respect, right? So it wasn't necessarily anybody in the building that I had a problem with. It was more so just, how are we going to take the next steps? How are we going to move to the next season to where we have a plan to win? What is our plan? Are we going to get free agents? Are we going to sign this guy? Are we going to do that? To me, I just felt like it was never a plan to get better, and we had to get better because obviously it's been years that the Jets haven't been successful winning, right? And that's what we were trying to push. So it wasn't necessarily anybody in the building, but uh, obviously, coming from LSU, man, we were taught, as far as like dealing with the media and things in that nature. Obviously that was tough early on. You get tough questions after, certain losses or whatever the case may
Mm-hmm.
be. But you start to build those relationships and you start to learn and mature about how you want to answer certain questions. But a lot of the time, the frustration came from losing, man.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I appreciate your answer, brother. And let me say this one last thing, before I go. Um,
Yes, sir.
now the fan base mostly turned on you, but do you understand the reason why? You were all we had. You were
Absolutely.
all we had, and we loved you. And now,
No doubt.
if we didn't care about you, we wouldn't care that you that you requested a trade.
100%.
So yeah.
And that was what I was kind of saying at the beginning. It's just more so, I'm not upset on, how everybody changed on me, or it wasn't even changed or turned on me, whatever you want to call it, right?
Right.
It was deserved. Because again, as a what was I, probably 23, 24, as a
Mm-hmm.
23, 24-year-old man, I didn't understand how much of an impact I had on the fan base. I knew I had fans, I knew I had love, right? But I didn't know me leaving would be this whole story,
Mm-hmm.
and this big story of, hurting people and things in that nature. That was never my goal. It wasn't my goal. But like I say, man, you live and learn from it. But there's nothing like the Jet fans, man. The loyalty and the love that I still get to this day, no matter if it was negative or not. Like, I always try to talk to any Jet fan and make sure we get on the same page to where we can break bread. And hey, man, like, hey, you felt this way about me. Okay, well, let me tell you what I was thinking at that time as a young man. Let me tell you how I wanted to go about it, or let me tell you my mistakes, right? So that's how I kind of went about it. But it was all a learning experience, man, for sure.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You guys can rotate me down the list, and then I'll come back up when everybody's
All right.
finished.
Thanks,
Thank
dude.
you.
You
Thank you,
got that.
June. Let's keep the train rolling. Let's go to ground and punt.
Hey, everybody. First, shout out to Connie. Connie, you're the best. You always are great with us in the spaces and everything like that. And appreciate everything that you did for the Jets. You're an amazing person. Victor, shout out to you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving time to the fans today, man. And I'm definitely gonna be looking into that golf tournament. That sounds like a lot of fun. Hey,
Thank you.
Jamal, what's up, brother?
How you doing, boss?
I'm good, man. I'm grinding, man. I'm still working, but first I want to just let you know. Um, listen, you were a great Jet, man. You were an amazing Jet, and you
I
gave your
appreciate you.
all. You gave your all, man. I used to watch the SNY post game after every game with Ray Lucas, and
Yep.
I just see the passion and that you had after every loss. And I've one game that sticks out to me specifically was there was this one game where you were like, we need some dogs in here, man.
Yep.
And I just felt the pain from the losses. But listen, divorces are never pretty. But a lot of Jets picks don't really hit, especially first rounders.
Mm-hmm.
And you were a first rounder that they nailed on, man. And thank you. You guys, look at Dennis Bird. Some of these guys are just one hit away from from a really bad injury. So
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you really gave the Jets and everything your all, and you were a great player. Um, so my two questions for you. Well, by the way, you put a pretty
Ground
good
one.
hit.
One question. We got to move it
Okay,
around. Ground.
okay. Sorry, buddy. All right. So how are you doing today? How's life? Are you doing all right? Like personally, like are you now that you're 30 and the next stage of your life, are you doing okay?
I'm doing phenomenal, man. I feel the best I've felt since I've caught the injury with my torn quad off my kneecap, man. And obviously it took about a good 2.5 years. Truth be told, obviously toured in 22, and came back in 23, which is unheard of. It's not really the smartest thing that I was, willing to do, but I ended up doing it. Obviously, just knowing that I was on a big contract with Seattle, I knew I was going to probably get released at the end of the year. But I knew I wanted to be out there with my guys in Seattle and fight, right? And give them everything I wanted to give, everything I could give, should you say? But obviously coming back, early off a major injury like this, it took time. It took a lot of time. It was a very humbling experience. You go from walking daily, doing, the normal things a human does. You shower, you getting in the bed, you getting in and out of the bed, you driving. I kind of lost those things, man. I lost a little bit of everything when it comes to, my injury. Man, I was in a straight brace for shoot, man, probably about 4 months, 3, 4 months. I was in a straight brace, obviously having to have assistance, being in a wheelchair, really humbled me. Seeing a different lens, as far as talking to people, that I think that was really what got me. But mentally, man, I'm just on a whole nother world, and level, mentally, just getting out of my injury, and it was something that I needed. I thought I was mentally strong back then, but I mean, obviously I had to go through certain things to come out stronger. And unfortunate that I had to go through an injury, and obviously getting hurt week 1 and missing the season, that whole season of 22. Man, it was devastating, right? But man, it was more so I knew I was gonna get back, but it was a matter of when, and the win is now. I finally feel like myself. I finally feel, I have all my speed back, my power, and the confidence. I think the main thing was the confidence and being mentally strong as you're on the field and you go to battle. But I'm feeling great, man. you know, it's been a journey. Don't get me wrong, but man, I'm very fortunate for what I've went through, because I think it just adds to my story, and it's gonna make it that much greater when it's all said and done.
Good luck, Jamal. Thank you. I hope you could continue. You really were on a Hall of Fame trajectory, man. When you were with the Jets, I hope you can really kick some ass. Good luck to you.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Ray. Well, we keep it going here. Let's go to the man from PFF, Dalton Wasserman. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I appreciate all you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Fantastic. Hey, I appreciate you guys hosting this, Jamal. Just fantastic insight into your time with with the Jets and your whole career. I actually got a question for Vic, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, well, he's here. Connie's here.
Yes,
We're all
sir.
here.
So,
It's a
so,
party.
so, Vic, you mentioned about your son, and he was at North Carolina, and I know obviously you played with Aaron Glenn, who's the Jets head coach now. You played with Ray Mickens in that same secondary back in the day too, and his son RJ from Clemson was someone I was really hoping the Jets would draft. He ended up with the Chargers, but how much do you guys also stay in touch with Ray and RJ too, and how cool was it to see when your son and RJ got to play against each other in the ACC title game?
Vic, you there?
Yeah, I
All
just
right.
signed back in here. I'm here.
All right. Okay. Did you catch that question, or Dalton? He was
I
what?
didn't.
All
I
right. Go ahead,
didn't.
Dalton. Go ahead.
So I was saying you had mentioned your son, and your son used to play at North Carolina, and you played with Aaron Glenn, and Ray Mickens was another guy in that secondary back in the day. And I was curious how much you kept up with Ray and RJ, who played Ray Mickens' son, RJ, who played safety at Clemson and now just got drafted by the Chargers, and how cool it was to see those two play against each other in college after you and Ray had played for such a long time together with the Jets.
It was special, man. We got to play. They played together in the ACC championship game his senior year, and had a pretty game. So it was great to see them play together. And they talked after the game, and then they got a chance to talk to Ray. And Ray played in my golf tournament last year, and so we keep in touch, man. That's the thing about the NFL, alumni. The camaraderie and the friendship you build, and those guys have we've kept in touch. AG and I, we've spoken probably 3 or 4 times since he's been head coach. So it's a great thing, man. And to seeing the kids play against each other too, man, it was a special moment.
I appreciate that big time, Vic. That's really good stuff. And honestly, man, RJ, man, I was hoping so bad the Jets would draft him. I really was. I wanted him bad. I know he's going to do good work for the Chargers.
Well, I'm glad Ray had him come back for his senior year, because he had talked to me, and saying he was coming out after his I guess it was his junior year, but he had another year. His senior year, he had another year. I said, Ray, nah, he only had one pick, and I just don't see him. I think he should come back. I don't want to get into the conversation, but I think he should come back. And he wound up listening, and so it's a good thing he had a better season and wound up getting drafted, as you said. So sometimes it's all about timing, and just can't be so quickly sometimes to make decisions. Because it seemed like the best at the time, but he made a good decision to stay, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, thanks, Dalton. I appreciate that question, man. Vic, thanks for the answer, man. We're gonna keep that. Listen, guys, we do have some questions in the comments section, so we'll try to get to those too. But right now we got some hands, so we're gonna stick with the hands right now, and we'll get to the comments later too. Let's go over to let's see, Stevie. Go ahead, Stevie.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys getting me on. Mr. Green, I'm 37. About 20 something years ago, so either you or Mo Lewis was going to do an autograph signing at, I think, somewhere near the Quaker Bridge Mall, and ended up punching my brother earlier that day, so I couldn't go. He's still a prick, by the way, but it's good to actually meet you over the phone. So
Yeah, no worries.
thank you. And I'd be happy to swing the wrenches at your golf tournament, man. If you want to give me a direct message or something, happy to do it.
Yeah,
Which
you can
leads
go to my website, it's victorgreenfoundation.org. So you can always send me a message from there as well.
happy to do it.
I'll put a tweet out for you, Vic, and we'll see if we get those spots filled for you. I'm sure we will.
Which leads me to your predecessor, Mr. Adams. of
There we
which
go.
I was in. I was in Philly for. And I think I got married at the hotel you ended up staying at that night. I think I was looking to buy you a drink, that friend, that night.
Ah, you had a blast then. That's what you telling
It
me.
was a good wedding, my friend. Happy to accept the right. I'll give you my Venmo if you want to throw me a buck or two. You've done okay. Happy to do it. But Jamal, I'm going to get back in the queue. But I did have a question for you.
Yes,
I have
sir.
mixed feelings on you to some degree, right? Look, you requested off my team, but at the same time, you didn't
Right.
grow up a Jet fan, and they weren't winning. Kind of tough for me to come at you
Right.
for that. So I hear you with that. On that note, I know we're allowed one question per person. The guy you chose to sort of bare your soul to, Manish Mehta, and we got a lot of beat writers in here. I'm sure you know this. He's
Uh-huh.
not exactly the second coming of Christ in amongst Jets fans here. A lot of guys are ticked off at him.
Right. Right.
Why'd you pick him, and who else would you have picked if it wasn't him to talk to?
Well, I'll put it like this, man. It was Manish was everybody hated Manish, right? I didn't have a problem with him. He never disrespected me. He never, came at me sideways or talked to me, crazy or anything like that. It was always a mutual respect, man. And he was kind of the first guy to reach out to me because at the time when I was, trying to, stay and get paid and all those good things, he was kind of, he was texting me on the side and he was kind of supporting me, in a way. And I obviously, just through our relationship of me being there, I I'm not going to sit here and say I trusted him with everything, but I mean, I had nothing but respect for him. And it wasn't about, for me, it wasn't even about who was going to do the story or whatever. I was just thinking, hey man, let's just push this story. At the time, I'm trying to get out of here because we fired a coach that I believe could have stayed for probably another year to give him another shot, Todd Bowles. Just due to the lack of really, we didn't have the best talent. We had talent, don't get me wrong, but we didn't have the best talent in all of our positions to really, take that thing and try to win it. But Todd Bowles was a phenomenal coach. Our staff was phenomenal, and I just felt like obviously, bringing in a guy after Todd Bowles, Adam Gase, I have nothing but respect for him. But I just think that me personally picking Adam Gase at the time was just not the right move. And for me, it was all about winning, and I just felt like we weren't going to get over that hump that we needed to get over because we had talent, especially on that defense. I can speak for the defense. We had talent. Were we all the way there? Probably not. But we had talent, and all we needed was some time to regroup. And obviously Sam Darnold came in at the time, and that was the third year. He really, kind of took off my third year, should you say? And it just didn't work out. Manish, I have no bad blood towards him. And I can understand, the fans not liking him and whatnot. But I only had a problem with two people on the media team, man. The only two people. Everybody else, I had no problem with, and I loved to talk to them, and I showed nothing but respect. But the main thing I would say, just from a player's perspective, is as a player, man, you bust your ass so much. And you don't want to go out there and make mistakes. You don't want to embarrass yourself. You don't want to do any of that. You don't want to give up touchdowns. You don't want to give up a missed tackle. You want to play perfect. So coming off the field when you're very emotional, you just lost or whatever the case may be, it's very hard to talk to the media in a positive manner or to not get emotionally attached to the conversation if somebody asks you a crazy question. But for the most part, man, Manish, just to piggyback on him, he never disrespected me. So it wasn't really, somebody that I was trying to look for to post the story or whatever it was. But I was just more so, I knew that at the time he was supporting me and he was pulling for me to get paid by the Jets because ultimately I wanted to stay, but it just didn't work
Hey,
out in that favor.
hey, I want to say something to Jamal defense. You know, fans, they only see it one side, right? And as players, we have to do what we have to do. Just like the organization do what they need to do. For instance, here I am in my 10th season, coming off a 6 interception season, 124 tackles, 10 pass defense, 2 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, 4 fumble recoveries. You would think that's an all pro, Pro Bowl type year, right? Well, this is my ninth year at the time. So they come to me and say, hey, this Herm Edwards, we want you to take a pay cut, right? So, um, so I asked it, to look at some opportunities. They gave me that opportunity. So some teams wanted to sign me, but ultimately I came back. I took a pay cut because I thought it was best. Just stay where I am. All right. So next year had another great year, and they, owed me. So they put that $2 million, I call it out there, you know, in my last year of the contract. So I'm supposed to make a lot more money, right? So they come to me, and I'm just kind of just showing you and talking to you how this thing work. Because I hear people talking about Jamal, and he requested a trade, whatever, right? For whatever reason. And so here they offered me a 3 year, $3.4 million deal. Now, mind you, I'm making $4 million in my last year, or 4.5, whatever that was, right? And they said, hey, well, Sam Goins, y'all remember Sam coming in from the Giants, he just accepted that deal. I said, well, I ain't Sam Goins, right? And so I turned it down, and that's why with the Jets. So a lot of times we don't want to leave, right? A lot of time team forces our hands for whatever reason, right? So I'm not on this or saying this to get any sympathy. I'm only saying it because look, fans, the teams, when they cut a player, right? When they ask a player to take a pay cut, right? I don't hear any fans saying, "Well, hey Jets, why y'all do this and that?" I yet to hear that. But when a player, say, "Hey, I want more money. I should be paid more," right? I'm the best safety in the league, right? Now you a distraction. Now you're a detriment. Now you is for yourself. Now you're not a team player, right?
Mhm.
But it goes for both ways, fans, right? So if the organization is able to do what they need to do, then a player should be able to do what they need to do. And I understand um, you guys feeling, look, I bleed green and white till the day I die. And I'm sure Jamal felt that way at the same time, right? And I'm sure he took a lot of flack. And, I was sitting here listening to a lot of stuff, not just tonight, but a lot of comments I read throughout, him being traded to Cincinnati, Seattle and all that. But, as you guys go on and players get traded and players get cut and released, just understand that it's always two sides to the story. This ain't always just one way or that player want to leave, right? A lot of times we don't have a choice. Just like I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to go to New England. But hey, and I wasn't taking that what they were offering me. You understand what I'm saying? So just as you guys get any other player, right? Just kind of keep in mind that find out what both sides are saying and why this guy requesting this and why this guy, could be the best whatever player in the game, but he can be the 15th highest paid player at that position. So why is he asking for more money? Right.
Yep.
So I didn't mean to ramble, but
No,
Jamal,
no.
you did your
That's
thing, man, and you deserve what you got. You played the way you played. You love the game, you love the fans, and you understand now. You was young, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
but
sir.
I just want the fans to understand too. Look, we all make mistakes,
For sure.
and we all do the best we can, right? With what
Right.
we can and what
Hmm.
we have and with the information we have in front of us. So just give us a little grace as you guys and other players come up, in years to come. Just understand that sometimes they don't have a choice. And the
Right.
Jets or whatever team force their hands to make whatever decisions that they make. I'm sorry,
No, it's good,
guys,
Vic.
to kind of taking over a little bit, but I just want to
No,
say that.
and Vic,
I love it, Vic.
and Vic,
Great,
Let me tell.
great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vic, let me tell you something. So you've been in the lounge quite often. You know how we treat you, and this is why. This is why Jamal's here because we want to shed some light, and Jamal could tell you himself. We've been talking and texting, and we're giving him that platform to connect with the fans and tell his side of the story. So what you say rings true, Vic.
For sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you know, like the thing that rings so true with that, Vic, is like the fans that we invest in the team. We buy the jerseys. We buy one after the other, one after the other. But the one that remains true and is constant is the one name that's on the front. So when a player isn't getting their money, we get defensive because we want that player to represent the team and they want them there. We want them, oh, don't take so much because we want to add more to that team. But we don't think from a human standpoint that if every one of us goes to a job interview, you're not going to be like, well, you know what? Give me a little bit less so the next guy can get a little bit more and the rest of the team operates better. No, everybody wants the best for their family, for
For
themselves.
sure. For
So,
sure.
and especially when you work so hard. My son's, he's 10 years old. He's been playing AAU basketball. He plays football. He plays sports all day long. And I watch him grinding. He's a honor roll student. So he grinds to be good at things. So when you want to be good at something and you do it your entire life, you're gonna want to be paid. So I agree with you wanting to get what you wanted to get, just like I agreed with Joe Douglas getting two firsts for you, bro.
Absolutely. And listen, hey, now I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you he would have been crazy not to take those two first rounds. There's no doubt. But just to piggyback on what OG said, man, I just think that, a lot of times, especially I can just speak for me, right? When I did ask for the trade and we were going through, well, let's put it like this, before I asked for the trade, right? I just come off my all pro season. Um, I had a hell of a season, right? And this is after my third year, coming up on my fourth year. I got a 4-year deal with a 5th year option. And for me, how I looked at it was, hey man, we're not winning right now, but let me get paid to where I can stay here the rest of my career, right? I want to be here, but I want to continue to build the roster and continue to do what we need to do just to be great and just to win football games. And after that season, according to my agent, we were getting calls from, the upstairs, Joe Douglas and the crew, and they were telling us, hey man, we're gonna start discussions here pretty soon. And so it went from, okay, we're gonna start discussions in February. Then it went from, oh, we're gonna wait to after, free agency. Okay. Then we wait to free agency. We don't hear anything. And then you come back and then it's after the draft. And then we hear the same thing. So then it's like a miscommunication as far as just going back and forth. You're telling me one thing, and I'm all excited about, oh man, okay. They really love me. They're gonna try to extend me. We're gonna try to work, get something done. And then, it doesn't happen to a 23-year-old, 24-year-old man. That's pretty tough. It was tough to, kind of hear, and obviously, just hearing that we were going to have these discussions and never really got to it. That kind of drove me to like, well, if we're not going to have these discussions, let's just get out of here because we're losing anyway. That was my mindset as a young kid, right? And that's how I thought about it. I didn't want to go about it in a disrespectful way, but sometimes when it's just like if your mom tells you you're going to the water park tomorrow and tomorrow comes and you're not going to the water park, you'll be mad as a kid, right? So it's just how it goes, man. It's
Jamal,
business.
that's great, man.
That's good.
It's just being honest though. Like just
I
just to
love it.
relay it to, just the real world. Like,
Mhm.
or if they tell you your manager tells you, hey, you're gonna get a raise and I'm gonna give it to you tomorrow or next week. And then that next week or tomorrow comes and then you're looking for your raise and you don't have your raise, you're gonna be upset.
It's
It's just
integrity. Integrity,
that
bro.
that's all it is. It's just being accountable and
Yes, sir.
owning up to your word. But again, man, I have no hate to Joe Douglas and to any of the guys. I talked to Joe Douglas maybe last year, I reached out to him and I apologized to him and I told him, I said, I wish that we created a better relationship because we really didn't get to know each other.
That's
That's
great. Jamal,
that's
Jamal, let me ask you this quick question.
Yes, sir.
So, and a lot, and I would be remiss if I don't ask it, because a lot of people in the comments, a lot of people in my DMs are like, ask him. So I'm gonna ask you,
Yeah, ask me. Come on.
Adam Gase.
Yeah.
Now we all
Oh
know,
God.
we all have an opinion on him. Now he's long gone. Everybody's
hmm
gone. What's your
hmm
honest opinion? Because the way I kind of felt, what I was thinking is, for me, you must have been like, look, on the his regime. I mean, it
hmm
looked like there was no hope, and you don't want to waste your whole career not winning. So I don't
Right.
know. You speak to it. What do you think about?
The
We said to
worst
be
high ever.
respectful, but this part
I,
right here, you also
I,
need to be
Right,
I
Justin,
respectful.
put it
talk.
like I
Yeah.
put it like this, man. I put it like this, man. You know, again, I got drafted by a guy named Todd Bowles, right? Played the game, a phenomenal coach, very safe. He played safety. I also had a guy by the name of Denard Wilson, who was our DB coach at the time. We had so many legendary coaches on the staff, at the time of Todd Bowles. And then, obviously we transitioned to Adam Gase and we still had our crew on the defensive side. And then we brought in G Dub, who was by far my favorite DC that I've played for. And I put it like this: we had three different head coaches. My last year, we had in my junior, my not junior year, my third year, we had three different head coaches. We had Adam Gase, we had Greg Williams, and we had a guy that we called OG, Sean Jefferson. He was the receiver coach. So the issue I had with how Adam Gase went about business is that he wouldn't address the team. That was one thing that I just didn't believe as a head coach who we just fired, who addressed the team and held people accountable. We bring in somebody that does things different, respectfully. He does. And that's okay. But I just don't think that at the time we needed a coach to come in there to really get on our ass. We needed a coach to come in there and be accountable. We needed a coach to come in there and set the record straight. We didn't need a laid back coach at the time, right? And so I feel when I'm going to the games and I'm going into the locker room and I'm showing up for the game, and if I don't have my headphones, there's no music in the locker room. He didn't allow music in the locker room, right? So these are things people didn't know. He didn't allow music in the locker room. So you could hear a pencil drop as you're getting ready for a football game, and as we know as players, like, we want to hear music, man. We want to get hyped up before we go out there and take and go to war. So we didn't have music. Those were things that I didn't, I wasn't found on. We, if we're getting our ass kicked out there, we come in at halftime. He's not addressing the team. The guy that is addressing the team is either Greg Williams or Sean Jefferson. And these guys were addressing the team. He wasn't addressing us. And so to me, it just felt like, well, man, if you're the head coach, like, there's no way, like, you're not saying anything to us. Like, I just felt like we had too much going on. We had one side as the defense, who we had Greg Williams as our coach, and then we had an offensive side who Adam Gase was the coach. But there was never a connection as one. You will never win football games if your team is not one. One band, one sound. That's how I was raised in this game of football. And as a head coach, I just felt like you needed to speak out, and you can't shy away from your players when it comes to adversity. We have to address adversity. We can't run from it. And I felt like we didn't have the right man for the job at the time. Again, I have nothing but respect for Adam Gase, but I just felt like we didn't have the right man at the time to get where we needed to go.
Well, Jamal, how would you have liked to play for Victor Green's old coach, Bill Parcells? Totally different.
Oh man, I would have loved it. Man, my pops talks about him all the time. I would have loved it. There's no doubt about it. But that's the thing, man. Great players want to be coached. We want to be coached hard, right? There's a love side to it, but there's also a side to where we got to hold everybody accountable. We got to do the right things. That's what it was about for me. It was about winning and being great. And I felt like
And
if I
that's why
wasn't
we were
getting
so
that, I didn't appreciate it.
And that's why we were so successful under Bill Belichick and Parcells, right?
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
well, Parcells, because he came in day one and said, "Hey, this is my ship. Get
Yep.
on or get out."
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And from day one, guys like, "Oh, okay,"
Yep.
because we coming
Yep.
from Kotite who quit on us, the last 3-4 games. We don't even see him. I mean, he's in the city somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So we
Right.
coming
Right.
from that until Parcells. So it was a different. It was night and day, right? It was getting we playing basketball hoop with Pete Carroll. You know.
Yep. Yep.
We just with Cosland is a little laid back too. So when Parcells came in, and like Jamal say, players want to be coached, right? If
Yeah.
you don't come in there with some type of you know stigma, like this is my team, then with the wrong group, you're gonna get run over. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And that's probably from the coaches he talked that I heard he had. That's what it sounded like. And but with Parcells and Belichick and that whole regime that we had, man, he held everybody accountable, and I think AG gonna do the same thing.
No question. No question.
All right, guys, we're gonna move along. Lee John has his hand up. He's probably tired. Go ahead, Lee John.
Yeah, so we know as Jet fans that the organization does nothing right. So, as a player, you're normally the player's in the right, especially if they're feuding with the organization. But I do want to ask, since we know they're always wrong, who did the players want? Obviously, you guys didn't want Adam Gase, but well, Bowles, he probably deserved another year. The record speaks for itself, though, unfortunately.
Right. That's
Who are
fair. That's
you? Who
fair.
did you want? I'm sure you guys talked about it for a few weeks in between. And
Yeah.
what was the consensus there?
Man, you know what's crazy? So I have I go way back to, LSU, and we're playing Pat Mahomes in the Texas Bowl versus Kingsbury and the crew. Man, I created a relationship with Kingsbury, and I really thought I was looking at it a perspective of this. I knew what we had on defense. I knew we had Denard Wilson. I knew we had Greg Williams. I was looking at a head coach for Sam Darnold. I was looking at a guy like Cliff to come in, a guy like Eric from the Chiefs to come in. It was so many guys on the radar at the time, and I remember tweeting, "Man, let's go get Cliff Kingsbury." And the media team, the Jets media team, told me take it down because obviously they didn't want it out there because I'm the star guy and I'm telling who I want, and then obviously we pick somebody else. So
Maybe they should have
they
listened,
told me to
huh?
take it down. Yeah, they told me to take it down, but at the end of the day, I was looking more so for Sam, like to develop Sam. Sam wasn't a bad player. Sam just needed time. He was so young, and obviously, respectfully, no one has patience as a fan. Like you don't, you want your quarterback to come in and be
Not
phenomenal.
here.
I get it.
Not
I
here,
get it.
Jamal.
Yeah, I listen. I 100% get it. So I just think that at the time there was other candidates on that were free to come in and take over the job. I just think respectfully, Adam Gase beating the Patriots while he was in Miami kind of, just, it gave him a little edge because everybody wanted to beat the Pats at the time. But man, again, I just think that there was better guys out there. And there's no knock on Adam, but he went about different things in different ways that a lot of guys just didn't agree on.
No, great answer, man. I love it.
All right, Justin, I want to go real quick. I see
All
Dragon
right.
Dylan. We'll get to you, but an OG from the day one is in here as well. Feel like the old Jet Lounge, Tony. Go ahead, Tony Perkins.
Oh, Tony, what's up,
Let
dude?
it rip.
Zach, Kenny, how you doing? Hey, Jamal, how's it going? Vic, I see you here too. Um,
What's going on?
I know
Yeah,
that
hi, Tony.
I was.
Justin here.
Oh yeah. Anyway, hey Kenny. But just fucking with you. But
Here it is.
no, but I guess Jamal, I just want to. I just always wanted to know, kind of understand. Like, you went from two different organizations.
Hmm.
Like you went to the Seahawks from the Jets. We love to
Hmm.
clown on the Jets. We love to call it a circus. Like, you listen to this space for 10 minutes, somebody brings that name up. Then you went to the Seahawks. tasted
Hmm.
championships recently. Pete Carroll was like, kind of a linchpin to keep that whole thing together. It's looked at as one of the better organizations. I just want to get your feeling when you went there. What differences were there that you think should have been adopted by us? Like, I mean, or were there any, or was it just the same
Yeah.
thing?
I mean, the hard part for me was obviously leaving my teammates that I built a relationship with. The Daryl Roberts of the world, the Marcus Mays of the world, and the CJ Mosleys of the world. Like so many guys, the Quentin Williams of the world. So many guys I built relationships with. Obviously that was tough to leave. Like let me make this clear though. We had a culture with the Jets when I was there. We had a culture. We were building a culture, right? We were building it, but we were missing a few little things to where we could get over that hump. And I just felt like when I did leave and I went to Seattle, I walked into a place that already had culture. I walked into a place that everybody in the building believed we were going to win every Sunday. It didn't matter what day we played, we were going to win. And I think that mindset is contagious, man. When you can walk into a building, you feel confident, your coaches is confident, everybody's confident to go out there on a Sunday, Monday, Thursday, whatever it is, and perform, but knowing you're going to win. And I think that mindset goes a long way, man, as far as, a team, the team chemistry and everybody believing. If everybody doesn't believe, you have no chance. And so I felt like we might get guys that when I was with the Jets, we might get guys that come off the street or, free agents or whatever the case may be, but they're not really all into what we're trying to do, right? We were going through so much adversity to where there was never a belief. You had to believe, and everybody, we couldn't get that with the Jets. We couldn't get everybody to buy in to really believe we're going to go out here and win. No matter what our record is, we're going to win. And so when you can't get everybody to buy in, I think that's a tough deal, man, to deal with. But besides the culture and besides the people in Seattle, it walking into the locker room or quit, they're spoiled. Put it like that. The Seattle Seahawks are spoiled. The way they take care of everything, they set your shirts out, they hang your shirts, you ain't got a clip, it's just it's a pro. You're being a pro over there, and they treat you like a pro. Not saying that the Jets didn't treat me like a pro, but you had to be a pro over there because it was so relaxed. Pete Carroll, he commands, everybody to handle their business and do your job. But we're gonna have a lot of fun over there. And that was kind of the difference, from leaving New York to going to Seattle. But I'm also, you got to realize I'm walking into a place that has superstars everywhere. KJ Wright, Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson, Quandre Diggs, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. I'm walking into Chris Carson. I'm walking in with some studs, man. So, just to see so many superstars on one team and have that mindset of, dropping ego and pride, and we have one goal in mind, and that's to win it. That was our goal in 2020. We obviously just couldn't get it done, but that was our goal. So it's just about having everybody on the same page, man, to where you can get everybody to buy in to really go get it.
Hey, Jamal, I got another special guest here. This is a man from cover that's a staff writer, covers LSU football. Preston,
Okay.
Preston, you there?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Preston? You
Hey,
got you
Preston.
got you got a great LSU guy right here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hey Jamal, I don't know if you remember, I was in the SID while you were there. I actually wrote your cover story for the game day program. So
Respect, man. I
yeah,
appreciate you.
yeah, and I appreciate dealing with you. So it's a nice little throwback. But yeah, man, what's going on, y'all? Y'all got a good tight end, I hear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he's gonna do phenomenal. He's gonna do phenomenal, man. I keep up with everything, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing Malachi get out there and compete, man. The safety out of Alabama. We've kind of built a relationship over the past couple of months, and just been watching him perform, and obviously getting drafted. There's so many studs in the rookie class, but again, that comes from the upstairs of just drafting right, and getting guys in that love football, getting guys in that want to come in and compete. no matter the situation, not running from adversity. And man, I'm excited for the draft class. But that guy Mason Taylor, man, he's gonna be a problem, man.
It's good to hear. Definitely good to hear. Go ahead, Dylan. Go ahead, Dylan.
Hey, Jamal. How
How
you
you
doing
doing, man?
tonight? I'm doing
Good.
great. I'm doing great. So as a lifelong Jets fan, I'm 20 years old, and you were one of the first players that, similar to Connor, that I fell in love with. So thank you for your time on the Jets. It was awesome. I got a question about a specific game and really a specific play. It was in 2019.
Yes, sir.
The Jets were playing the Cowboys at
Okay.
home, and
Yep.
I had the opportunity to sit on the front row next to Jason Witten's family, and I remember the final play of the game after Dak Prescott scored the touchdown, the
Mm-hmm.
2 point conversion to tie it.
Mm-hmm.
You were the one that blitzed and got through and hit Dak Prescott on that 2 point conversion to kind of end the game. Can you just take me through that play? And because
Yeah.
that was one of the my favorite Jet games I've ever been to. So
Man, I appreciate you, man. Man, that was I remember that like it was yesterday. We actually Greg Williams, you already know, he's calling zero. So we went cover zero on that. Marcus May, we kind of looked at each other because they were kind of in an empty set. And he had to, either I had the tight end or he had the tight end. So we had to make a decision who was gonna go. So we kind of just pointed at each other. He already knew I'm ready to go. Like let me go try to get in, get at Dak real quick. So we went in, we were in a zero call, man. It was a perfect play call for what we needed to happen. Obviously they try to hit OG Jason Witten it, right in front of Marcus May, and he made a hell of a play of not giving ground and just holding his ground and making that play. And obviously everybody else did their job. But that's all it was, man. It was just doing our job. But what's crazy is going into that game, that week, should I say, we already knew we were going to win that game. And we were 0-4 or 0-3 at the time. We already knew we was going to win that game. How I obviously just through practice, you start to realize like, okay, man, we're practicing really well, we're having good practice. Man, this is going to translate to the game. And we just had confidence going into that game, man. And when we came out, we knew obviously we had nothing to lose. Our back was against the wall. We haven't won a game yet. And we knew what time it was, and we knew we had to get this one. So that's definitely a game I'll never forget, man. It was definitely a classic.
thank you so much, man.
No doubt, buddy.
All right, we keep it moving, Jamal. Thank you for spending this much time. We just
Come on, man. I got nothing but time,
All
man.
right. Well, listen, we love you for it. We're gonna keep rocking and rolling. Go ahead, Dragon. Go ahead, Dragon. I know you've been you've been looking forward to this space. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kept falling off for some reason. But anyway, um, yeah, for Jamal, I mean, we're always going to have that, history with you, Jamal, because we're the team that
For
drafted you.
sure.
So hopefully we always have a place in your heart because of that.
Ain't no question.
But yeah, and fans that, got salty back when that happened when we traded you. I mean, none of us really care that much. I mean, it's football and it's a
A
business.
hundred
So we
percent.
all know that. So, but anyway, my question to you, well, the story about Adam Gase not letting music in the locker room, I mean, that's ridiculous. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
that must be because Woody Johnson wasn't around. If Woody Johnson was around, I'm sure. I mean, because back then I think he was in Europe, right? He
Yeah,
was he was
a
with
hundred
with
percent. It was
President
Christopher.
Trump.
Christopher was there. Me and Christopher had a
So
great relationship.
yeah, but him not letting music in the locker room for with players, and I mean, you got to have music. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't think Woody ever would have let that roll. I mean, if he did, I mean, he wasn't because Adam Gase wasn't producing, so I'm sure things might have been a little different with Woody. But anyway, my question to you is: best quarterback you placed in the league, you played in the league, and I hope it's Lamar Jackson. Who's the best quarterback you played against?
That's tough, man. That's a tough question.
It's Lamar Jackson. I already know, but
Man,
go ahead.
listen, Lamar's he's phenomenal, right? And I mean the Patrick Mahomes of the world, phenomenal. All these guys, Tom Brady, seeing him twice a year, phenomenal. If there was one guy that I would, probably say, man. it's probably two that were really, really, really phenomenal. You know, for sure, Tom Brady's up there. He's not even. I'm not even gonna put him in the two that I'm talking about. But I would say Drew Brees, man, and Philip Rivers. These two guys was super smart, super smart, and this was all, my rookie year, and I'm kind of, learning the game of football, and you know, just the checks and the calls that they were making at the line of scrimmage, and the throws they were making is really phenomenal. And just to go back and to say that I got to play against these guys was pretty cool. There was also a guy by the name of Aaron Rodgers that was damn good. When I was playing against them, I remember they came down and they played us at MetLife Stadium. They really robbed us of that game. We should have won that game. They caught a pass interference on my guy Daryl Roberts in the end zone. That wasn't a pass interference. So there's so many great quarterbacks. It's hard to single out just one. But they all make us better, man, in every shape or form.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving. I know there's a guy right here, young cat, and he was a big fan back then. And let's go to Mr. Benny Jet. Go ahead, Benny Blanco.
Benny. That's my guy. What's up, Benny?
What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Yo, Jamal, appreciate you being here, bro. Uh,
No doubt.
yeah, nah, I'm gonna keep it real simple, bro. I'm just getting in here, so I apologize if you answered this question already.
No,
And
you good.
it's not even, yeah, like, listen, your time as a Jet, you were obviously an All Pro. You did your thing. Things ended how they ended. Cool, it is what it is. The business at the end of the day. But
Yes, sir.
at the end, when you look back at it all, even though it didn't equate to wins, playoff wins, unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
what was your favorite moment, if you could point out one, as a New York Jet?
Oh man, I would easily have to go. Man, the Battle of the City, man, when we played the Giants in 2019, for sure.
When you had that strip sack on Daniel Jones?
No question.
Yeah,
No
so that shit
question.
was nuts,
All
bro. That was nuts.
that was that was the game, man. That was a good game for sure.
right, Benny, you got anything else for Jamal?
Nah, bro, that's really it, bro. I appreciate you coming in here. Like I'm gonna listen back to the space because I'm sure you answered a bunch of questions. So I definitely appreciate you being here, bro.
Respect, man. No doubt.
Thanks, Benny.
Benny's an old friend of mine, man.
Here's
Love you.
Stevie D. Let it roll.
There we go. Mr. Adams, round two. How's it going, baby? You're hanging in there.
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Never had a bad day in my life, Jamal. I appreciate the guys getting me back up again. So I'm going to ask two questions here, just real
Two.
quick. There you go, two. Um, there's a beat writer. So let's talk about the trade deadline, I guess. Then I'll give you a
Mm-hmm.
softball question. I
Okay.
know you got upset that they took calls on you, but there's a certain beat writer. If you want, I'll tell you offline who it was. But it's not like a state secret. He said it out loud.
Right.
He said you actually wanted out. That was sort of nebulous, right? I can't tell if you found out they were taking calls for you and you said, hey, if you're going to
Uh-huh.
trade me to the Cowboys, or,
Right.
and to be fair to you, it was not going so well. If you said to them, you know what, been a lot of fun, trade me to the Cowboys. Can you give us any
Mm-hmm.
color as far as what the deal was with that at the deadline?
Yeah, man. I think so. I really, I remember, when I was sitting in the meeting room and we were having a meeting, and I remember a couple of the guys, the DBs, like, they were on their phones and they were like, "Hey, man, like, they're talking about you right now, Ma, like, that you're, on the trade deadline or whatever the case may be. They're gonna trade you to the Cowboys." And you got to realize, man, I'm born and raised in Texas. Like I'm from here, right? So when I heard the Cowboys, I'm like, oh shit, like you gonna send me to the Cowboys? Okay, like if you wanna you wanna send me to the Cowboys, you can make my life easy to where I can go straight home, right? And I can be around my family. I can be around my mom, my dad, my sister, my nieces, my nephews. Like all my friends I grew up with. Like to play at where you're from is that's a huge deal. So for me, it was like, damn, like you about to trade me when I'm just coming off this, when I'm coming off a great season. So it kind of I would say it got messy. But when I look back on it now, man, I'm like, man, who cares if they're taking calls? As long as I'm not leaving or going anywhere, we'll be good. But that's what I'm saying as far as like the communication with me and Joe Douglas. it wasn't there. It was more so we're playing telephone. He's telling my agent, and my agent's coming to me, and then I'm telling my agent things, and it's going back to Joe Douglas. And so it's like playing telephone to where me and Joe Douglas, my biggest regret is me and Joe Douglas never speaking. We never spoke on the phone one time. We never spoke in person one time before this trade happened. And I think that's where I wish we could have that back because I just I can't speak for him, but I didn't go about it the right way, around that time.
Gotcha. Jamal, again, here's my second question for you. And let me preface this by saying I know I've asked two of the more sharp questions tonight. I'm actually
Yes,
with you,
sir.
man. You're not from New York. They're not winning. Kind of tough for me to
Yep.
come at you. You gave them the chance here. They didn't win. So you and I are simpatico with this. And again, I know you're not Garrett Wilson, if you will, but
Hmm.
you want to win. There's no doubt in my mind. I love you for it.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wants to win. Let me ask you
Hmm.
this. Even if the Jets paid you, hey, that's great news. You're rich. Well, you're rich anyway. They're not still winning. So, with some of these
Right.
athletes going forward,
Hmm.
do you think we should pay them? Because you see it in the NBA all the time, right? You pay a guy, he signs it, then a year or two later he says, you know what? I'm not winning here. Now that I have this contract, I
Hmm.
want out of here. Any sort of advice for Jets management going forward as they're paying guys here as they're in the middle of a rebuild?
Well, I just think that it's more so guys just want to, they want to feel loved and they want to feel, the comfort, right? And they want to feel that, hey, man, this team has my back. This team is not gonna, you know, trade, look to get me out of here or whatever the case may be. But a lot of times, man, it's just business. It's all business. It's never personal. It's all business. But a lot of times we can, emotions get involved to where it becomes personal, right? And that's where we go wrong because it should never be personal, right? On both parties. Obviously, we're trying to make a deal. You're trying to get it done. Everybody, the fan base wants, Garrett Wilson to stay or whoever, Brees Hall to stay. Of course, 100%. But these guys that are busting their tail every day, they're not winning football games and they're not paid already. It's tough. It's tough to deal with. But I would tell you the most the guys that love football in the NFL, the guys that want to be great in the NFL, they want to win. The money's one thing, but ultimately we want to win. That's what it's about. It's about winning. So when you're not winning in a season, no matter what team you're on, it's not a fun season because not winning causes problems off the field. You don't want to be around your family all the time. You don't have the best energy all the time, your family and friends, you know what I'm saying? So like you obviously want to win because you put too much effort and sacrifice and time into the game of football. So winning is very important for a lot of players and it should be for everybody. Some guys are based off money. Some guys want to win, right? But the ultimate goal is winning and getting your contract, getting your second contract to be comfortable to where you can focus on how we can get better. Oh, coach, I can go work on my craft. How I can get better. What do you need me to do to help the team? I think that's what it was. That's what it's about the most, man.
So thank you, Stevie, for that. And Jamal
Hey,
spending time in Dallas, especially in Carrollton, where you were raised. It's I-35 East. I mean, it's
Yes,
right
sir.
there.
It's right here, man. This is home.
Yeah, that probably would have been a dream come true. All right, listen, Mark Torres,
hey,
hurry up, go ahead, get in.
Awesome. Thank you, fellas. And Jamal, thank you so much for being gracious with your time tonight,
Good,
man.
Mark.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And Connie and Victor, thank you again for coming in. It's always a pleasure speaking with both of you.
Oh,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Jamal, you mentioned earlier in the conversation uh, how you enjoyed playing for Greg Williams, and I
Hmm.
can tell you from a fan perspective, I saw a difference in your game under Greg Williams where I felt like he was using you as a Swiss Army knife. He was really moving you around to
Yes,
create
sir.
serious problems for the offense. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that and kind of if there was communication with Greg Williams, like leading into matchups where he's like, listen, Jamal, I already know, like, we got to find ways for you to create problems in this game. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, man. Man, just I've been a fan of G Dub for a long, long time. You go back to the Bounty days, with the Saints. You know what I mean? I as a kid, so I've always admired him from afar. And I've known who he's coached, who he's been around, and one of my favorites is Sean Taylor. Growing up, and obviously I knew that this guy was going to come in and use me the right way. He was going to put me in places to make plays, and I think that's what it's about, man. I sometimes hate when coaches or people just say like, "Hey, man, he's one position or he's this position." He can play everything. You can move him around to create problems. There's so many unique ways to put players in position to make plays, and
Football.
I think that
Yep.
Greg Williams, he's been around the game for so long, and when he came in, he knew exactly what he was going to do with me every week. And every week it was something different, right? And whether it was a disguise or whether it was blitzing from the left hash. Okay, we blitz from the left hash this week. Okay, next week we're going to the right hash, or I might line you up at DN. We're going to show a different look. So everything with Greg was very unique, man. And I think he's one of the best to ever do it in my eyes. I know a lot of people don't really, they're not happy with certain calls that he calls on pressure downs as far as going cover zero and giving up the deep shot on certain things like that. But I think the main thing is having people. It goes back to what I said earlier. Is just believing. You have a DC who's really aggressive. You got to know, okay, he's gonna possibly call zero. He might put us in a different call to where we have to make it out of this down, right? We got to get off this field. So he was very unique on the way he called certain things. But I tell you, man, by far, one of the smartest I've ever been around, man. He knew the game in and out, and he knew how to attack offenses in every shape or form.
Hey guys, before you
Awesome.
guys get another one, this is Victor. I got to
Hey, Vic.
run. Jamal, it was a pleasure. Connie, Justin, Kenny, all you guys, man, I appreciate the invite. And Jamal, if you don't mind, shoot me a message, man. I'd love to chop it up with you at some point.
Absolutely, OG. I got you.
All right, man.
Always great,
All
Victor.
right, you guys
Always
have a
great.
great night.
Thank you,
You
Vic, for
too,
coming
Unc.
in, man.
Be good, Vic.
All right, so we keep it going. Hey, go ahead, Buckeye.
Thanks, Zach. Jamal, two quick ones for me. One's about a former teammate, and his name came up. Uh, will he be a future great head coach, Josh McCown?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, what do you think about him being a head coach in the future?
Ooh,
Absolutely.
question, Buckeye. I love that one.
That's a phenomenal question. And I'll tell you this, man. Not only is he smart, not only is he will be a phenomenal coach because he was coaching when he was with us. But man, he's a phenomenal person off the field, man. He's one of my favorite people, by far, that I've ever got to suit up with. He always went to work. He was a true pro. He always gave game to the young guys and like myself at the time, and just always feeding us game and making sure that we're doing the right things on and off the field. He really took Sam under his wing, and what they're doing, and last year what they did in Minnesota together. I mean, it's phenomenal to see, man, because it was only a matter of time. Josh he's a phenomenal guy, like I said, and when he does get that opportunity to be a head coach, he's going to do phenomenal.
Agreed. And last one for me, LSU pride aside, my Buckeyes are a wide receiver. You, in your opinion?
Hey, well, I'm gonna ride with them LSU boys all day long, man.
Thanks, Zach.
Uh, no problem, brother. Vodka. Never seen you in here, so but I'm glad you're here. All right, so good, Vodka.
I like vodka. Hey, hey, thanks guys for having this opportunity for us to engage with Jamal. But Jamal, two things. One, I appreciate everything you've done for the Jets. It's amazing watching you play. I fell in love with you when you first got drafted, just like I did back in the day when I had Revis was on the team. You were like my second favorite player of all time. But
I
on top of
appreciate
that,
that.
tell me one player you enjoyed playing with at all those teams from between the Jets, Seattle, even in Tennessee and even that little short stint in Detroit, tell me someone you enjoyed playing with the most, like you just had the most fun.
Out of anybody, any team, Seattle as well, or just the Jets?
Just anybody, just throw it out there.
Oh man, my favorite player by far, man, has to be Devin Witherspoon. There's no doubt. He's my
All right.
he's my favorite player, man. He's not only a phenomenal football player, but he's so smart and wise. He's so wise beyond his years. He's probably the only rookie I've ever been around to where it was so natural for him to come in. He's a natural baller. I mean, so many guys, man. You name it. I mean, I wish I had more time with C.J. Mosley at the time, man. When C.J. went down, that hurt us. After that Buffalo game, him going down and we lost him for the kind of, the season. Man, CJ Mosley was a bad boy, man. There was so many guys that I played with, throughout the teams. But I would have to say Devin Witherspoon is one of my favorites, man.
I respect.
All right, Kenny, go ahead, Kenny, man. You don't
Yo,
even
I
need
know. Listen,
anything.
well,
You just jump in, brother.
I'm home. I'm settled in. My daughter fell right to sleep. 9 hours on a plane, it does it to you, especially when you're coming from Europe. But it's let's put it this way, we all got kids. It's good to have a home. Being in Europe for 4 months, basically, she's hit like 15 countries when she was out there. But you know what? In
What
the
an
long run,
experience. What an experience,
oh
Kenny. Good
yeah,
stuff.
in the long run, 3 years from now, she'll be a doctor. So that's what it comes down to.
Hey, that's cool.
But listen, Jabba, I got a question for you. Obviously, you're a football player. You still got the desire to play. And where do you go from here? Is there a chance that your agent kicks the tires on a lot of teams, and hopefully one of them is the Jets?
Yeah, man. I mean, I would be lying to you if I sat here and said, man, I didn't want to return home. And when I say home, I'm not talking about Dallas. I'm talking about New York, man. So I would love to be back, with the Jets and obviously finish it the right way. Man, that would be a dream come true. Just to patch up that relationship and kind of make it work, and just come in there as a seasoned vet and give game to the young cats and help in any way, shape, or form I can. I know I can still play football. I'm healthy, and I can impact the game in a lot of ways. I just need that fair opportunity to come in and showcase what I can do.
You still keep residency here in New York? You still got a crib here?
Absolutely. I have a home in Edgewater, man.
All right. Oh yeah, nice area
Oh yeah.
over there.
And Kenny, what we were talking about earlier, I asked Jamal. I said, "Can he play linebacker?"
Yeah, I
Remember,
heard that.
Kenny, we were talking about that.
Yeah. Yep.
He said he can play in the box.
All right.
Do
Right,
whatever you
Jamal?
do, whatever you need me to do,
Mm-hmm.
boss. Just put me
Mm-hmm.
in position to make plays.
You could kick. Zerline was horrible. No, I'm just kidding.
Now listen, I can't kick the ball. I'm gonna tell you that. I can get my best shot, but I can't promise it's going in.
Well,
Hey,
listen,
if
after
they
what
call
Zerling
me
did
to
last
try out,
year,
I'm coming.
you
Ah
might be
man.
better. But listen, Jamal, you ever when you're up this way again, the good place in Edgewater, the River Palm. I
Oh,
frequent it a
come on,
lot.
man. That's home, man. That's home base, man. I'm there every other week, man.
Yep. All
Okay,
right.
Jamal said when he comes up here, he'll contact and we'll all go out and
Sounds
Yeah,
like a
let's do
plan.
it, man. Hell yeah, let's do it.
Bring pops.
I definitely will, man.
We always keep in touch, but we got Stevie D for round three. Go ahead, Stevie.
Mr. Adams, buenos
Yes,
dias.
sir.
How are you, sir?
Good. How you doing, man?
I keep going back up here. Hey, Jamal, real quick, two things for you. I guess number one, you had a great quote a while. I'm going to bring up Connor in a minute. You had a great quote a while ago. I'm not busting your chops on it. I like it. When they go low, I go lower.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I laughed out loud. That was a very good quote. I mean, I'm very much, an eye for two eyes and an ear and a leg and a hand and everything.
Right. Right.
That is right up my alley. So my first question is on that note. Let me ask you the last of my tough questions here. The beat writers on the beat, Connor and Costello. No good. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
who should we as Jets fans? I haven't been a Jet for a little while, 5 years now, I guess, right? Something like that. 2020, I think you left. Who should
Right.
we fight? If you feel comfortable asking it, who should we follow? Who do you think actually, you know, knows which way is up, I guess, as far as our beat.
I like Rich, man. You know, a lot of people don't like Rich, but Rich gives great insight. And Rich and I, he's never disrespected me in any way. We've always had respect. Maybe I didn't like a story he might have put out on a couple of my teammates or us losing or whatever the case may be. But Rich was a phenomenal writer, man. There's so many people in there. Obviously Faces is better for me. I'm not really. I don't want to tell you any wrong names, but there's so many great writers that do cover the Jets and cover the Giants, throughout New York. And Rich is probably he's the guy, man. I would probably say Rich.
Yeah,
Jamal,
Rich to me,
Rich is a regular.
he's a regular here in the lounge, man. So one day we'll have to get him here, and when
Oh
you
yeah,
come in here,
man.
you
He's
guys can chat it up.
for
Hey,
sure. Yeah.
hey, Jamal, June. I know you asked me to ask this question, but you up in the speaker. You can ask. Go ahead, June.
Yeah, quick question. Thanks again, Jamal. Once again,
For sure.
uh, you mentioned Philip Rivers, and me and my crew, me and my boys, we were sitting there having discussions on Philip Rivers. Do you think, in your opinion, should he be inducted in the Hall of Fame?
Me personally, just based off what I've kind of seen as growing up and playing against him. I mean, I think so, man. I mean, he's one of those guys, man. Maybe so many people think that he's underrated or whatever the case may be, but he's a phenomenal football player, man.
He's
And
got like 13 kids, bro. Like that's Hall of Fame worthy right there. That's
he
awesome.
definitely does. He definitely does. But I respect him on another level. Just how long he's played the game, and how he played the game. And, I actually like a quarterback that talks a little noise myself. So, he's a fun player to play against for sure.
Thanks, man.
No
Garrett,
doubt.
what's up, dude? Your hand's been up for a little bit. Your shoulder might be a little bit tired. Go ahead, Garrett.
Uh, Thanks for taking this call. Thank you for being here, Jamal. I got two questions for you. My first would be Euro. I just wanted to know, did Greg Williams make that call or was he told to make that call? And my second question is, would you think, like in your position now, do you think that we got a good return for your investment?
So the first question, Greg Williams definitely made that call, no hesitation. Um, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, you get two first rounds. I mean, you go get, certain guys out there. Garrett Wilson, obviously comes to mind, and what a phenomenal football player he is. He's only going to get better, man. So for what you guys got, I believe so. But obviously, I didn't want it to go like that, but it did, and I try not to make it like I never liked that they try to make it like a competition between, the guys that they got for me or whatever the case may be, because it shouldn't be like that. It's more so, it was business and it happened that way. And, certain guys shouldn't have pressure on them just to perform or whatever the case may be, or we won the trade or what, at the end of the day, we both kind of, won in our own, aspects. And, again, it happened the way it was supposed to happen, and I'm looking forward to the future for sure.
Great answer, man. And that other guy was Elijah Vera Tucker, but he's a great offensive lineman we got. But yeah, I love that answer, man, because you're gonna play what you can play with, and if you're worth 2 first-round picks, you're a pretty damn good football player, bro. So
Yes, sir.
shot,
Yes, sir.
give some props there, Jamal.
I appreciate it, man.
I mean, you gotta look at it that way. Hey, I'm drafted
Absolutely.
sixth overall, but I was traded for 2 first-round draft picks. You're pretty damn good at football. So
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you too, man. When I knew that I was getting traded for two first round picks, I knew for sure I was about to hit the lotto and get paid, boss.
that 100%.
Yeah,
Let's go over to Dalton. Go ahead, Dalton. Go ahead.
Hey, Jamal, I appreciate that. That's actually hilarious too. But you mentioned Sean Taylor earlier as one guy, and obviously Jet fans loved you so much because you were just so versatile, right? You mentioned being in the box. A couple guys have mentioned you blitzing. Obviously, you cover too. Who is along with Taylor? Who is some of the other guys that you watched film of when you were coming up and that really influenced your style of play?
Yeah, man, great question. Man, it was two. It was about three guys, should you say? But really, the two guys that really stick out to me, man, is Bob Sanders and Brian Dawkins. Those were my guys.
Ooh.
I grew up watching them. I grew up, in the era of, hard hitting and smash mouth football, and this is around the time when I'm in Pop Warner and just having fun and trying to be like those guys, right? And those guys definitely, had an influence on me. But I definitely always just wanted to, make sure my game was fluid in every shape or form. But the main thing is, just imposing my will, man, and making sure, whoever I'm going against is going to be a long night.
Yep.
Great question. Let's go over to Dylan.
Go to M Ice. No, go to M Ice
Uh,
real quick.
is he in there? Yeah, go ahead. M Ice. My bad. I don't even see him as a speaker right now. Go ahead. M Ice.
M Ice, you there? Going once. Go ahead. Take yourself off mute on the bottom left hand corner. You're on mute. M Ice. M Ice. I see your hand up. Come on, man. Bottom left. All right, Dylan. Go ahead. M Ice. You got to work that out. Go ahead, Dylan.
Hey, what up, Jamal?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, I just want to say, like, one, I love the way you played the game, playing at a million miles an hour. You played I mean, it looked on film, anyways, right? Like, you played every snap like it's your last, right? And I think that's the way football should be played. Um, Appreciate that, and that's why I was a big fan of yours. I think I speak for a good number of Jets fans. Like, we'd love to see you back and have a shot to make the roster.
Hmm.
Would you be able to walk us through kind of from the week you got signed in Detroit, right? Because from a fan's perspective, right, I remember they signed you, and it kind of looks like, all right, they're banged up. Jamal might, I mean, this might be where he stays the rest of his career if he can play his way into a role here.
Right.
Um, what kind of happens in those 3-4 weeks, whatever, however long you were there, from
Hmm.
getting signed to getting cut? Like, was it a scheme thing? Were you banged up? What kind of happened there?
Man, it was tough because I really love Detroit, man. Detroit's organization and the people they have there is phenomenal. It's a reason why it's a winning organization now. Dan Campbell and the crew, man, how they run everything is just it's legit, man. It's legit. But I get a call from AG, right? And they want me to fly in Sunday. Mind you, we had a Thursday game versus the Packers. So I come in, I fly in Sunday. I get there around 3 a.m. I wake up probably about six o'clock. I sign my contract at 7 o'clock, and I'm in meetings. Trying to learn what I need to learn just for the game Thursday, right? And I go out there Thursday not knowing the playbook, but just knowing my job responsibilities of what they want me to do in the scheme. And I did what I could. I didn't have much room for error, obviously. I'm new here, and I was just trying to make plays for them, and obviously, keep the winning streak alive. So I signed my contract Monday morning, and I play a Thursday night game. And I turn around and we come back a full week, and we're playing the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen is hot at this time. The team is hot, and they come in and they put a whooping on us. After that, it was more so, obviously I was coming in on the practice squad, so you get two practice squad elevations to where after the two practice squad elevations, if they elevate you for another game, which would be your third game, they have to sign you to the active roster. So therefore, they didn't pull me up for the third game, which was after the Buffalo game, it was Chicago. So I thought I was going to go to Chicago and get some reps. That wasn't the deal. Some of their guys were kind of flowing back from injury, trying to, slowly come back into the lineup. And I kind of knew then. I'm like, man, maybe, they just kind of wanted me for a body, just to, hold it down for a little bit. And then, after the Chicago game, there was another game after that. I want to say it was Minnesota. They didn't elevate me. So therefore, I kind of already knew throughout practice, I kind of felt the energy kind of shift as far as like, I'm probably not going to get elevated. So I was just kind of, handling my business, being a pro, giving game to, Brian Branch and, all these guys, TA, Curb, man, it was a Meek. It was so many phenomenal football players they have over there. And that's a great organization. It didn't work out. And, I came in, after, playing Minnesota, and it was the first of the new year, and I come in, I'm working out, just worked out. I come in and I'm eating my breakfast, and here comes the Reaper, and he asked me to bring the playbook, and I got cut on the first of the new year, and that was tough. You know what I mean? It was really tough. The team was, my locker mates, and all the DBs were kind of, they were shocked and, upset about it. And, obviously I was, as well. I didn't really want to show it to them. I kind of, escaped, the building after they, released me. And, I kind of went home, and, I had some tears, man, because that, it meant a lot to me. I wanted to be out there with those guys, and, I thought we had a shot at the Super Bowl at the time. And obviously, they ended up losing, but I wanted to be out there to help those guys because I really cared, for my teammates, and I enjoyed the organization, and I just wanted to get back on the field and make some sort of impact, just to get my name right, because I've been inconsistent on off the field, on the field, should I say. And just leaving Tennessee, man. Tennessee, it didn't work out with me and Denard. Me and Denard, we just, respectfully, we don't get along anymore, and I got no bad blood towards him, but I just don't think we seen eye to eye when I was with Tennessee. And people don't even know I asked to be released when I was with Tennessee. I just didn't think it was gonna be good for my mentals with dealing with Denard, and him dealing with me. We couldn't get on the same page, and I asked for it, a release to get out of there, and obviously just sitting around and waiting. Hopefully a team calls, and when you get the call that the
Yeah.
Lions is coming, I mean that's pretty big. So hey man, you live and learn through it. But I think Detroit just needed a body at the time.
Hey, Jamal, I follow you on Instagram. I've been watching it. I've been going to the gym myself. I'm trying to work out as much. I'm watching you, man. Like, you are staying in some great physical shape. Are you ready to ball still?
You broke up a little bit. Say that last part again, boss.
I said I've been watching you on Instagram. I've been
Yes, sir.
watching you doing your workouts. Are you still ready to ball in the NFL?
There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind. I have a lot left in the tank, man, and that's the thing. It's just hopefully getting the right opportunity, and getting a team or organization that believes in me still, to where I can come in and showcase. But that's why I want to come to a training camp. I want to earn everything, that I want to get. Like I don't want anything handed to me based off who I am or what my name. No, no, no. I want to come in and earn it. So for me, it's just getting in the training camp and knocking some heads, and hopefully making the team. That's where my mindset is, man.
I love it, man. The grind, and you always been with that. So, speaking with that, let's keep up the hands. Let's go to M Ice. Let's see if you can get the.
Hey, real quick.
Go ahead, Zach. And have to get
When
M Ice.
when
We've been
when
trying to
when
get
we
it for
were
a
in
while.
Cleveland, when we were in Cleveland, we ran into Woody and Chris, and we had the conversation with him. He said, Chris did say they check in on the lounge. We don't know he's in there, but sometimes he's it. Sometimes he is. Sometimes he's not. But if you're listening, Chris, or Woody, or anybody from the Jet organization, give this man's agent a call. And let's like you said to me, Jamal. It'd be a story. No, it'd be
It'd be
actually no. You said it'd
phenomenal,
be a
man.
movie. It'd be a
Yeah,
movie.
it'd be, it would be phenomenal to be back, man. I mean, just to go back where you're loved and you were once drafted and the impact that you could still make on the team and the young fellas. Just being a vet, man, you got to realize I came in, I was 20 years old, man. I didn't really have a vet that could give me game, right? I had Morris Claiborne's and I had the Steve McClendons and the Josh McCowns, but it's always somebody that can help you in your position. I didn't really have that. I had to kind of learn it on the fly. Like, me and Marcus May, we were thrown in the fire early, so we had to kind of learn on the fly, but I think I can give so much game to the young cats, man, and I can help in, any shape or form for real.
Yeah, Marcus May, man, the two you came up like the two safeties, drafted back to back. Like we were all sitting here during
Yep.
the draft, like be like, oh my god, the two safeties back to back, crazy,
Yeah,
But
Todd Bowles
great
told me
player
he
too,
told me he
great
was gonna
player,
do it. Yeah, he told me he was gonna do it.
great player, man. Marcus May too. So yeah, shout out to him. But let's Dalton, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, Jamal, you've mentioned a handful of times now about how much you value, helping out the younger guys and mentoring those guys, right? Even though you didn't necessarily have that with the Jets. And I know you're still obviously trying to play, you're staying in shape to play, but is coaching eventually something in the back of your mind that you would do after you're done playing?
Man, I don't know, man. I've always thought about it, but it's so much time, right? And I don't have a family yet. I don't have any kids. Obviously, around that time of, when I do decide to transition on, I don't know. I can't ever tell you I wouldn't look into it because there's days that I wake up and be like, man, I would love to coach, and there's days that I'm like, man, I just want to leave that alone and just kind of do my own thing and venture out in real estate or whatever the case may be. So I don't know, man. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know.
Appreciate that, man. Let's go over to let's see, we got the hands in my screen. Let's go to Garrett.
Thanks for taking my call again, Jamal. I just have a two-part question. What would be your play weight right now? And
Mm-hmm.
I heard you mention earlier that you might be considering a switch
Mm-hmm.
to linebacker. What would be your play weight if you could like CJ took 20 pounds off, can you put
Right.
15 pounds on?
Yeah, I think for me, man, I think I'm at my best when I'm around 218. 217. I think I'm at my best, man, because you got to realize too, man, just being around the line of scrimmage, being around, and just making tackles and, running around the field, hitting the ground, you got to callous your body for the game, right? And you got to make sure that you're feeding your body the right proteins because it's a long season and you take a lot of wear and tear. So, the main thing is just, you want to be proactive instead of, reacting off of, anything, that can cause you a setback. So, for me it's just being in the best shape of my life and going into training camp and obviously training camp is another step as far as getting in shape and you're never going to be in football shape until you play. That's just how it goes. You can do so much. You can do all the sprints in the world, but at the end of the day you got to play football and you got to callous your body. So that's why I just think for me, just based off experience in my career, training camp is very important to me because you got to get ready. You got to ramp your body up. You got to get ready for the pounding. You got to bang a little bit, just so you can be secured for longevity throughout the season. Now injuries happen. There's freak injuries that always happen, and some things we can't control. But you have to calibrate your body the right way. So I think for me, my playing weight would be 217 to 218.
Thanks, Jamal.
No doubt, buddy.
Let's go over to Buckeye. Go ahead.
Two for me. Jamal, guesstimate a collegiate Jamal right now. What's the NIL price tag for someone like you?
Man, I had
I
some. That's a great question because I've had some talks about that. Man, maybe if I was in school coming out, man, I would probably say about 700 to a M, a million
you're
for
being
sure.
humble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You're being
nah,
humble.
nah, nah. Listen.
He's on the old school, the old last few years ago rate there. He's old
Well,
head.
you gotta realize too, man. Baton Rouge, man, you didn't need a lot, right? It wasn't too much there. So, man, $50,000, $25,000, $10,000 would have been a lot, in school. But man, I'm honestly, I salute, where the college, is going. Do I agree with everything? I don't. Only because I just think that sometimes it takes away from the mindset of the I say kids, like, because I'm older now, but it's just like it takes the mindset away from the kids as far as how they're going to compete. Some guys can compete without having the money. Some guys have to have money just to compete. And the mindset is how can you get to that second contract? Like, okay, you got paid in college, that's fine, but that's not life-changing money. We're trying to get to the second contract. So how are you going to continue to work? How are you going to continue to prep your body, prep your mind, just so you can perform on the football field? And when you get to the league, it doesn't matter what you did in college because everybody's out there trying to, feed their family, man. So you gotta earn everything day in, day out, every year. It never changes in the NFL, man.
And another one for me. I don't know how much you followed him or not. Caleb Downs. What are we looking at in this kid?
I like him. I like him, man. He's one of my
Yeah,
favorites.
I
He's
think
a
he's got a
phenomenal
chance
dude.
to be a top five pick safety, which is
Yeah, no, I think out of anybody coming out, man, he definitely has a chance to clip that number 6 pick, man. I really believe in him, man. I think that he's a phenomenal football player. He's very natural, great instincts, and but a lot of times it's who you need, right? On your football team, and if there's a team in the top 5 that needs a safety, I mean, I sure wouldn't be mad if they took him because he makes an impact for sure.
yeah. And listen, Jamal, whatever happens with your career, and I hope it's exactly what you want it to be. You made a lot of Jets fans happy. You obviously like we have little to root for. Very few arguments we ever get to win, and you really put that jersey on and made us proud. So, man, blessings to you, and really enjoyed watching you as a Jet. And I hope you get what you want. But your
Oh yeah.
legacy, you've created a legacy, man. You've created a rich legacy, and you got a lot to be proud of, whatever happens.
I appreciate you, man, for real.
Yeah, yo, Jamal, you had some good swag, bro. It was easy making some good promo for you, man.
Hey, man, I tried, man. I
Yeah,
tried.
yeah, no, definitely love the intensity, the aggression. Now, as a football coach, I teach my son. Like I told you before, I teach my daughter. She played basketball. You can never teach aggression. You can teach somebody where to be on the field. You can teach somebody where to be on the court. You can teach somebody where to execute and try to be. But you cannot teach aggression. You cannot teach.
Yep.
You cannot teach that. So I always, as a coach, I'm like, go here, go here. And I'm like, all right, well, I can't teach hustle. So watching you play, bro, like I appreciated it as a Jets fan. So that's why I was probably so emotional when I tweeted at you. And you probably saw it because, I'm a Jets fan. I've been at this a while. I'm older. So you probably saw it. And so this guy, tweeting at me with his stupid crap. So, like we saw the yikes post and all that stuff, man. So
Yep. Yep.
I just want to tell you as a coach, I appreciate the aggression. I appreciate you always coming out and giving 100% as a football player. And when you get an injury like you had, man, that quadricep injury is not something people shed light on. Like you look at like what Rogers went through his Achilles, the back of the heel.
Hmm.
Quadricep is the biggest muscle in your body is your quad. If you're gonna
Yep.
tear that's pretty significant. So
Yep.
coming back from that and playing at a high level and still being able to do what you do, much respect, Jamal.
I appreciate you, man. Seriously.
Yeah. So with that, let's go with the hands. Let's go over to M Ice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Go ahead, man. Then we'll go to
Hey
June.
Jamal. Thank you for picking me. Jamal, so I think I'm the first one here that's not a Jet fan. I'm actually here because I'm a Seahawks fan and I've been
Respect.
waiting to speak to you. So I'm 24 years old. Out of all the Seahawks on that football team, Bobby Wagner, all the greats, we had Lockett, DK, Russ. You were my favorite. and I still remember. I'm kind of nervous. My bad. I
Nah, you
still
good, man.
I still remember the day that we traded for you. I was jumping up and down in my living room. I didn't care if we gave 4 first-round picks, and I still and I still feel the same way because like the day you got released, that was one of the worst days. I knew it was coming. I knew it was
Yeah,
coming. I know how John runs things. I don't
yeah.
always agree with it. I'm a fan, but I knew it was coming, and it was a sad day because I really thought, especially with Mike. I still think that you would be a top five safety with Mike McDonald. I truly believe that. And so my question to you is all I have to ask you is I have a Seahawk jersey and I was wondering how I could get it to you. I live in Miami. I'm a Seahawk fan in Miami. And I really would like to get my jersey to you.
Ah, hell yeah, man. Yeah, just send me a DM, bro, and
Okay.
we'll get that handle for you, bro.
Okay, so I'll send you a DM and let you know my name is Matt and I'm from Miami. I'm a big Seahawk fan and I'm a big Jamal Adams fan. Thank you.
Man, I appreciate you,
Hell
bro.
yeah. Yo,
Thank you,
Matt,
brother.
I'm in Florida too, bro. Hit me up. So was my
Okay.
girl Connie over there. So we can have a
Okay.
good party.
Okay.
Right
All
Right.
on, man.
right. Thank you. Thank you, Jamal. God bless you.
Absolutely, man. God bless you too.
Awesome. Let's keep the hands going, man. We love it. June, I said you were next, so we'll go to June, then Dalton, then Stevie. Go ahead, June.
All right, this the last two questions for you, Jamal. Two quick, really quick questions.
Yes, sir.
Number one, who did you deliver your hardest hit to?
Oh, man. In my career, I would have to say Najee Harris.
Mm,
I
okay.
caught him in Seattle when I was with Seattle, man. That was one of my biggest ones.
That mascot.
Yeah, besides getting a letter in the mail, man, that he wanted to sue me.
All right.
Oh
Uh
man.
Now the last one. Let's say it's Monday night. Everybody's watching. It's got a big game coming up. You in the locker room.
yep,
You got your headphones on.
yep.
Who you listening to?
Oh, good question. Man, I'm really big into I'm big into Ace Hood, man. Just growing up on Ace Hood and Nipsey Hussle and the Drakes of the world, the Kendricks. Like I'm just an old school guy, man. I'm Jay-Z, Nas. I listen to a little bit of
Jamal,
everything, man.
Okay, well, no. One song. What you listening to?
One
You
song?
about to lace them up, bro. Who you listening to?
One song. If I had to pick, uh, I would say, uh, I'm riding by Lil Wayne, man, and Birdman.
There you go. There you go. Appreciate it.
No doubt, boss.
so Jamal, you mentioned Nipsey Hussle, so I guess the song I picked at random.
Yeah, man, I liked it, man. Hell yeah, that was
I
good.
thought it suited you. So,
Oh yeah.
so yeah, man. Like, good. Jamal, how much
June, you
time
don't
you
want to
realistically
June.
have left, Jamal?
June, you want to know my song, June? Come on.
I mean,
Can't get away. What song you?
we can.
He said old school, not
Kenny's doing
Oh,
geriatric.
I'm
Frank
going
Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra, my way.
Wait, Sack. What song you listen to? One song. Come on, one song.
It's got to be Biggie, man. It's Brooklyn. You could pick
Easy.
anyone.
Justin, what song? Well, give me one. I need one.
One song right now.
One song. You about to go to war. What song you listening to? What is it?
Protect your neck, Wu Tang.
Okay,
Ooh.
Connie, you the last one, Connie. What song you listen to? You about to go to war, Connie?
Oh my God. Nothing can stop us now.
There you go. Ooh, all right.
Ooh,
Yeah, I
she's on
appreciate
it.
that.
June, that's great.
Starship, yeah.
That is great, June. So, yeah, Jamal, like again, this thing can go real late, but we try to kill it at a certain time. How much time do you got? Another 15 minutes in you?
Yeah, of course, man. Another 15 minutes, man. Again, bro. Anytime you guys want to chit chat, we can chit chat, man. We can always do this another time as well, man. We can set it up. So yeah, I got 15 more minutes for you guys, and like I said, we definitely can. We can do this again, man. It was fun.
Well, next time, if you, I mean, hey, man, we we appreciate if you and be a regular. Next time we'll have Samini in there with you and maybe Manish. So
Okay,
I
okay.
just okay. I just want to say
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, if you don't mind.
No,
Just
Connie,
about
go ahead.
just about Jamal, though. As I said, first of all, Steve. Steve, the fact that did this whole thing with Jamal and having him come on, and that he had the guts to come on and to do this and speak with her, and you can feel the warmth and the love, and Jamal, how many people really care about you and
Yes,
love you,
ma'am.
and what everybody felt for you. But I think this has just been a beautiful thing, for these 2 hours you've spent on. I think you're breaking through with everybody now, and this word's going to spread
Oh yeah.
to
Yes,
everybody,
ma'am.
Jamal, that what you just did here, coming on, speaking your heart, and saying all the things that the person that I knew right from the beginning always is shining through. So I just wanted to say that. And Steve, thanks for doing that.
Oh no, you
I
are Connie.
appreciate you always.
You know,
Mm.
Connie, and again, we spoke, Connie. It's like there's always one side that gets put out in the media and stuff like that. So we just like when I was talking to Jamal, I was, I don't know. I just thought I'm like, you know what? Like, there's always that one side. So why don't he get an opportunity to speak for himself, right? So
Great idea. Great idea. And that Jamal was willing to do it. That says a
yeah,
lot for you, Jamal.
yeah.
And just to piggyback on that, I appreciate the words. For me, when it was brought to my attention to get on with everybody, you got to realize so many people and so many podcasts have tried to get me to come out and speak and speak about the Jets and whatnot. And I think what I've learned throughout, if I did speak on anything that had to do with the Jets, it was kind of getting twisted, as far as words. And
Hmm.
I always wanted to. It was my duty. I felt in my calling that I wanted to speak to the fans first. I wanted to do something
Right.
like this to where I'm not going on a big platform and speaking to where we're not getting real questions. I wanted to speak to the fans that are loyal
Yep.
Hmm.
to the team, and I wanted you guys to feel where I'm coming from first before I go on any other platform and speak
Fantastic.
on what
That's
I wanted to speak
100%
on. But
Jamal.
you guys
We
were
are.
the first people I wanted to speak to, so I appreciate you.
It's
We
Yes,
we
sir, man. Our motto here at the Jets Lounge is for the fans, by the fans. So the fact that you're coming on here and you want to speak to the fans
Absolutely.
is where you're supposed to be. Okay,
and you
so
and you talking to the Jamal, you're talking to the right fans because it kind of could tell you. We could be in the dog day, it could be June, nothing's going on, maybe camp later on in but they'll be here on a random Tuesday, a lot of these guys, and they'll be talking Jets all year long. And you would think like, what is there left to talk about? But they will.
Right, right, right.
But they do.
yeah.
They do.
Yep,
So you
100%.
you got the right audience. And this recording, man, it's just gonna. You'll see. If you follow me, you're gonna see. It's gonna be re-listened to. So Connie's right. It's gonna spread. And I'm hoping that someone, because they do this in the anonymous sections, some Jet personnel is listening to this, and I
Hmm.
really hope, man, if you do come back, then we need to have a party.
It'd be pretty cool, man. We're gonna throw a big party now.
a parade, bro. Hey, listen,
No
guys, we
doubt.
got we got about 10 more minutes with Jamal here, so let's go over to Garrett and then
Oh,
our buddy.
Do John Boy. Hasn't had an opportunity to
Yeah,
speak yet.
do John Boy.
All right, John Boy, then Garrett, then Stevie. Go ahead.
Thank you guys. Jamal, appreciate you jumping in again. Everyone always says like we always appreciated you and the waters definitely got muddied, but ball don't lie. You play like a true gamer and that was never in question. So major ups, major respect. I wanted to ask a not football related question. What was the best sandwich that you had while you were in Jersey or in the tri-state?
Yeah,
Oh man, you put me on the spot. You put me on the spot. Ah,
breakfast,
man,
lunch,
I don't know. You
dinner.
know what? Sandwich wise, man, I'm really big into the bagels, man. I have a in Edgewater, man. That was actually by the is it the Sojo, like the little.
It's the spa, right?
Yeah, the spot. Like
Oh
they got
man.
a bagel spot right there, man. That is phenomenal. So I'm big into bagels. I don't really eat too many sandwiches, so I would have to go to bagel sandwich for sure.
Very cool. Oh, Edgewater's the spot.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Phenomenal.
You're the man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
John, we don't want to get into this, but as a Brooklyn head, best pizzas in Brooklyn, no
Oh,
doubt.
no, that's yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Absolutely. We have fights. We have pizza wars, Jamal. You have no idea what goes on.
Stop.
See, Justin's a Jersey guy. I live in Jersey now, but I'm still a Brooklyn guy, so I don't care where I live.
Yeah.
But
We're gonna get some Teller ham on those bagels, bro.
uh,
Yo,
Ooh,
Sack,
nothing like it.
on the way home
Nothing
from
like it.
JFK, my daughter's like, "You got
Oh
to stop in
man.
Brooklyn, and I want a buttered bagel."
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
Ain't no
man.
bagels in Spain.
That sounds good.
DVD for the fifth time. Go ahead.
17th, but who's counting, huh?
Whatever. 20, it don't matter. Go ahead. You and Jamal get real close now.
No doubt, man. Tell me what you need.
We
I'll
love
tell you,
Steve. Go ahead.
Jamal. I hear you. Hey, Jamal, real quick, man. Somebody brought up fitness earlier, so I'm curious. In your prime, spoken
Hmm.
like a true meathead here, your best one rep max, bench squat and power clean, what do they come at? And what do you consider for an average Joe to be a decent numbers in that? And then the second thing is, you kind of hit where we want it to be, right? I mean, you got drafted number 6, right? You were the 6th overall pick, Pro Bowl, whatever. A lot of guys, I mean, you see it, amongst your friends probably, right? They get a really good looking chick, and before that, they lift weights, they get in shape, then they get her, and then they get on the CVD diet of all you can eat buffets and booze and all that kind of stuff. So, how
Right.
did you find the motivation to keep going? I guess so. Two-part question.
Yeah, man. You know, to start off the maxes and whatnot, shoot, man, I was always throwing around 325 on the bench. Sometimes 335. I'm still in that range right now, and power clean, man. I've got up to 305 once in my lifetime, three, just throwing it around. That was pretty cool. And you said squat max
And
out,
deadlift.
man. Yeah, yeah, squat max, I would probably say my squat max was probably like 375, 385 on a good day. And deadlifts. I've never really deadlift as far as like a max, should I say. I've done deadlifts, but I've never maxed out, so I can't give you that number. But I think, man, honestly, it sometimes a lot of people base it off of weight, but man, as long as you have a decent amount of weight on there to where you can get great quality reps, I think that's what it's about more so than the weight. So just as you say, for an average Joe. Man, I think that, anything you put on the bar to where, it's going to challenge you in every shape or form, mentally and physically. I think you're doing phenomenal. You know what I mean? And your second question was, what was your second question again, boss?
Motivation, my friend. You hit the
Yes, my
pinnacle. How did you
motivation.
find the motivation
Yes.
to keep going?
I think my motivation just comes from my family, man, and just comes from, people that look up to me. Again, I was once a kid, and I was once the kid that went to the Giants game and got Tiki Barber's jersey and got Brandon Jacobs to sign and Jeremy Shockey to sign and Eli Manning to sign, Plexico Burrs to sign. So I was a fan, of the game of football as a kid. And what keeps me going is so many people and mainly kids that have the dream to do what I'm doing right now. And to say, man, they look up to me. And things like that keeps me going. And I have nieces and nephews that are looking up to me as well. And I always want to do the right thing for them as well, just to have that cool uncle. And my family is everything to me. So anything I can do to impact anybody on the field, off the field, the world, that's what I'm about, man. So
Nice.
my drive just comes from my family and my parents, most importantly.
All right.
All
Hey,
right.
hold on,
Great
Justin.
stuff.
1 second. Just 1 second, Justin. I want to bring this guy up real quick before we depart here. He coaches safeties. Oh, what happened here? All right, everybody's unmuted.
That was me. I am sorry.
You fat fingered it again, man, but you're not fat.
Hey, what happened? My thumb might be fat. What do you want me to say?
Coach, this guy coaches safeties. Go ahead, Coach CJ.
Hey, appreciate it, Sack. What's up, Jamal? Hey, big fan, bruh. Obviously appreciate you coming on and kind of clearing the air with the fans. Hey, I just got a quick question. So, I like you said, I coach football out in Arizona. The high school I coach at is Desert Edge High School.
Okay.
We won a 5A state championship last year. We got a
Right
lot of
on.
like we got a lot of ballers, bro. A lot of 3 stars, a couple fours, like maybe like 1 or 2 4 stars.
Okay.
So we got some players. But the question I have for you is, obviously I know you were like a 5 star coming out of high school. What's
Mm-hmm.
like if you could give like some advice to some of these kids that are like, highly recruited and they kind of,
Mm-hmm.
young student athletes, especially nowadays with like NIL and things like that. Like what
Right.
advice do you have for them as far as like navigating that and just kind of taking that next step as they become, like, college athletes and things like that?
Yeah, man. I think the main thing I would tell a young king is honestly just to stay focused, to live in the moment, man, and be where your feet are. Like it's one thing to understand that the money is gonna come in college and all of those good things. That's cool, but at the same time, the ultimate goal is to make it to the NFL, right? And you want to make sure that your your mind is on the right things. You're not thinking about things in the future. You're not thinking about the money. You're not dictating it all about the money. Everything should be calculated how you want to go about it as far as your mindset. Your mindset has to be clear and you have to understand your why. You have to understand why you do what you do, right? Yeah, you get paid nowadays in the NIL. I was a 5 star, had every, offer in the book. I even had Harvard offer me, and I told them, you guys, you don't want to offer me because my grades are nowhere near where they need to be to get that offer. But you have so many offers, and you can get big headed as a kid, but the main thing is just staying focused and understanding the end goal, understanding where you're trying to get to, because you don't want to get to college to where you make some money and then you never make it to the NFL based off attitude, or based off you got too comfortable, or based off you didn't work as hard, or whatever the case may be. You always want to keep that hungry mindset, man, and I think that's what I would challenge a lot of the kids coming out right now with the NIL and things in that nature, is just keeping that hungry mindset and being willing to listen.
I appreciate it, bro. Hey, once you done and out of the game, you want to get into coaching, you in AZ, bro. Hit my line, man. Hit
I
my
sure
line.
will, man. I sure will.
Thanks, Coach CJ. So this is the last guy, and we saved one of the best for last. So this is one of the biggest Jeff fans you will ever see, and he runs the commute in the morning. And well, we got two more guys, but we're gonna go to Petey Pablo
Let's do
first.
it.
Go ahead, Petey.
Thank you, Zach, Justin, Kenny. First of all, no disrespect, Jamal. Shout out to Connie, Miss Jets royalty. Hi, Connie.
How you
Absolutely.
doing, Petey?
I'm good. I'm good, Connie. Always good to talk to you and see you. I'll see you
Same
at
here.
camp.
Same here. See you at camp, right?
Hey, hey, Jamal. So I had the privilege of going to the Jets uniform release when they changed to them ugly uniforms.
Yes,
But
sir.
Jamal, I'm not going to get into detail, but I stopped you and listen, man, I'm pushing high 40s now in my life, and you treated me like you gave me a lot of respect that night. You stopped and talked to me, and that was a really cool moment. And I met Curtis Martin, Adam Schefter and everything, and that was a really cool event to be at. And you took the time out, to pose, and I took a pic and whatever, and that was a cool moment, man. So I appreciate you on that.
No doubt,
Jamal,
man.
Jamal. So to your playing days, I've been to a lot of Jet games, and every time you came out, you had that energy. The fans did love you. And what I was gonna say is, when you came out, like you just bobbed your head, just your energy, man. Like to me, that's why the fans connected, because we don't have a lot, man, and you gave your all. I'm not gonna say like you're an all-time Jet, but the way you played for the city, man, New York appreciates that stuff, man.
No
There's no
doubt.
there's no place like here. Jamal, real quick now. Sorry for my little spiel. So that Cowboys game, because I remember it vividly, man. I know Seattle was a deafening place, but on that fourth down at the end of that game, was that the loudest MetLife has been to you, or was it like that dancing night against the Bills? Or
Oh man, that's tough. I think honestly, probably the Cowboy game. Beating the Cowboys was always great for the city. We had a phenomenal night after that. It was like we won the Super Bowl, man. But um, you know, Jet fans, they're loud, man, but they want the team to do well. You know what I mean? And you can appreciate that as a player is more so like the fans kind of holding us accountable, man. Do better, like right? Just go win, like that's what they want, and so you can respect that, man. I think just being in MetLife Stadium, it's a special feeling, right? Whether it's 10 fans, whether it's a million, it doesn't even matter. It's a special feeling being in that stadium, and you can feel the energy regardless. And man, I always had a blast in MetLife Stadium, man, and just coming back and being under the bright lights, and just shining. But man, the energy is contagious, and energy is everything. And for me, just coming out and always bringing that energy, that's what I prided myself on because it not only just helped those around me, but it helped me as well. You know what I mean? Just coming out there with great positive energy and knowing that we're going to war and we're trying to win football games. So that's what it was about for me, man.
I love it, man. You sound like you're for the fans by the fans, bro. I love it, Jamal.
Justin, can I just say one
Absolutely.
more thing, Jamal? Like for you to do this, and you can tell you're enjoying it, man. This is big ups to you for this, man.
I appreciate you, man. I'm definitely having a blast. That's why I would love to do it again, man. We'll definitely set it up. But that was my main thing, man. Just to connect to the fans and let some of the fans understand where I'm coming from, and just to patch up the mistakes and things in that nature because no one's perfect, but you live and learn, you grow, and you apply to what you've learned through your mistakes. And I'm humbled and grateful, man, that I got to speak to everybody.
All right, for the last one, and this has been such an amazing space. So this could be a doozy because he's known for it. So Giambi, take us out.
I mean, first and foremost, a doozy. I look in the mirror, just look in the mirror with your Al Pacino glasses. But anyways, Jamal, nice talking to you. I'm not gonna lie, when you got drafted, I was pumped. Truthfully, I wanted to see more interceptions out of you, but I was at that
For
Giants
sure.
game when you took that ball out of Daniel Jones' hands. Oh my God, that was like the most incredible play I've ever seen. Obviously,
Thank
I
you,
didn't
man.
like how you left, but I'm sure you've heard that a lot. I'm not going to focus on that. I guess my important question for you, as somebody who was a leader of this team for a very long time, why do you think when it comes to the off, and you're a defensive player, why do you think when it comes to the offense, this Jets team, and it's been going on now for close to 15 years. Why can they never
Hmm.
get it right on offense? And you see all these other teams like the Packers. I mean, granted, they developed Jordan Love for a couple of years, CJ Stroud with the Texans, Trevor
Hmm.
Lawrence with the Jaguars. It seems no matter who the Jets draft, no matter
Aiden
what
Daniels.
coaches they get in here, they cannot, yeah, Jaden Daniels, they cannot get it right. And I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, it's obviously tough, but I would say this, man. It takes coaches and it takes players, right? You have to be willing to relate to your players. You have to be willing to understand where they're coming from, understand their do's and what they don't like to do. And, you got to get on the same page. That's why, I said a little earlier, it's just like one band, one sound, and making sure coaches and players is on the same page. Because if you're not on the same page, it's going to be hard to put out a good product. So I think it's been an inconsistent, as far as just certain coaches or certain players that just didn't pan out or whatever the case may be. I just think that the main thing is just being on the same page and really believing. Like you have to have a belief system. Like if you don't believe, if everybody in that huddle, all 11 doesn't believe, that they're going to be a successful offense or a successful defense. Like if you don't believe that, you're not going to be successful. So you gotta manifest everything. You gotta talk to yourself positive ways. You can't go off based off the past, right? You gotta move forward. Like, yeah, the Jets have been the Jets. Cool. We can say that. But now it's time to turn a page. Now it's time to open up a new book, a new chapter. Why can't we be better than what we've been before? But everything starts with a belief system. As long as you believe, you have a chance, man.
Well, because Jamal, the thing for me was, and I'm only 29 years old, but I remember those days very well. And to me, you look at a guy like Sam Darnold, right? And the last month of his rookie season, he was dueling with Aaron Rodgers. I think you guys beat Deshaun Watson and the
Hmm.
Texans and whatnot. He looked excellent, and I
Right.
think he had the highest QBR of any quarterback in the league that last month of your guys' season. And the hope was
Right.
that you'd bring in a coach that able to develop the guy and you'd
Right.
be able to build off that. And then when you hire a freaking moron like Adam Gase, I mean, oh my God. And there's a reason why he's coaching high school football, God knows where. But it was so frustrating. And then I guess I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I'm sure you've been here for a long time. My last question is, what's the truth behind the Sam Darnold mono gate? I'll leave it at that. Thanks for the call.
Oh man, I'm gonna put it like this. We were all shocked when he came back with mono. I said, man, there's no way. But man, I don't know what Sammy was doing, man. Sammy must have been out there kissing girls and things and that nature. I don't know what he was doing, man. But hey, man, all I know is when he came back and he came in that Cowboy game and he threw that go ball when we were backed up on our own 20, he threw that go ball to Robbie Anderson, man. I remember it like it was yesterday, man. Sam had all the the talent in the world. It's a reason why Sam is successful now. With Seattle just signing $100 million contract. I mean, Sam, he just needed his confidence booster, man. He needed people to support him. Obviously being in New York at the time is tough, right? Everybody has high expectations. He has to play great. So he's drafted high and everything works out, the way it's supposed to work out. And I think a lot of times it's timing and a lot of times it's having the right people around you who can groom you and who cares for you to make you great. And I think him going to Minnesota, him going to San Francisco, being around Kyle and going to Minnesota, being around Josh and man, all of those things he learned from experience, right? And he just continued to grow confidence. The more confidence you have in this game, in this league, the you can be as dangerous as you want to be, right? You just got to believe in yourself, man. And I think obviously just the timing and everything how it worked out in New York for Sammy and just obviously everybody wanted him to be great right off the bat. And some players, you don't come in as your rookie year and have a Dak Prescott year or it just doesn't always work out like that. Sometimes it takes time and respectfully everybody didn't you know have time to really, have the patience. And New York wanted to go a certain way, but I believed in Sam. I really did, and I thought that he would stay there. But I think that my guy, he went through a lot, and he lost some confidence, and when you lose confidence, it can definitely affect your game. But man, again, man, Sammy is an outstanding dude, an outstanding person, great family, and Sam's gonna do phenomenal things in Seattle, man.
All right, guys, we'll wrap it up. I say my parting shots, and then Justin and Kenny, and then we'll wrap it up. So for me, I thought tonight was phenomenal. And like Jay Z said, you could have been anywhere in the world, and you spent that time with us. And I'll forever be grateful for that. We'd love to have you back on, Jamal. And don't be a stranger. We'll keep it up. You could always text me or DM, whatever. And I really, really, truly appreciate you spending the time. And hopefully, you got a lot out of this.
Absolutely, man. Again, I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful that everybody came on and we chopped it up and man, again, I appreciate everybody. Like it wasn't easy for everybody to get on. It's never easy to have real talk and just break down the truth. But I'm glad that we can move on. I'm glad that we can get on the same page and hopefully I'll see you guys here pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Justin.
Jamal.
There
Jamal,
you go,
let me.
Jamal.
I got two words for you, man, and it's accountability and integrity. You got
Yes, sir.
you got both of them, my friend.
I appreciate you, boss.
All right,
Seriously.
so keep working, keep grinding, and Jets fans are passionate. You know it,
Yep.
and dude, I got a lot of tattoos, man. You got a nice Jets tattoo, so
I appreciate you,
I
man.
know you bleed for this team. All right.
Oh yeah, man. I love everything about it, man.
All right. So I hope to see you back soon. And for everybody who came in tonight, thank you so much.
Yes.
And
Follow us. Follow Prez. Follow the lounge. Follow all of us. We're doing good stuff. So we're for the fans, by the fans. So Kenny,
so yeah, we're
you're
gonna give it
welcome.
to Kenny. I'm gonna give Connie the last words. Go ahead, Kenny.
All right.
Jamal, appreciate you coming in. Say hello to Pops for me. I'll drop him a line this week. And like I said, hopefully the road leads back to New York. And
Amen, brother.
listen, root for those Knicks. Maybe I'll see you at the finals sitting courtside.
Ah,
You
man,
never
you
know.
know it. Hey, you know it. You know it.
I know they got their ass handed to them tonight, but
Ah, that's okay.
yeah,
We just wanted to end it in New York. That's
that's
all it
it.
was.
That's it. We just want to run it
Yeah.
there, but
Yeah.
all good, all good. Really, it was great hearing from you and everybody that joined. Appreciate everybody and all the love.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, Connie.
I just want again just to say thank you for the wonderful hosts, and also and Jamal, as I said, for coming on. And remember, once a Jet, always a Jet.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
just be around too. I look forward to being able to see you sometime and all that kind
Yes.
of stuff. We always stayed in touch, and I'm so glad.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can't wait to see you and give you a hug.
Same
You
here.
know I miss you a lot.
You're as I said, you were spectacular always to the fans too. At training camp, you always had time for kids and adults, and you never refused an
Yes,
autograph.
ma'am.
And you can't imagine that kind of impact that has on people.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
thanks, Jamal. Love you.
Love you too.
All right, guys, and not only just thank you to Jamal, thank you for everybody that joined this space and showed the love, and I think we really did make a difference tonight. So Jamal, again, appreciate if you're ever in New York, hit us up.
I will, man. I'll be there this weekend, man. So
Hit us up.
I'll definitely stay in touch with you, man. Again, I appreciate everybody listening and taking the time out of the busy night. And you already know, man. Go Knicks.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, have a good night, and Jamal, and we'll talk soon, guys.
Sounds
Bye.
good.
All.
All right, Fed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night. Go Jets.